All right, we are recording. Then I'll call the town council meeting to order, and will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis.
Present.
Councilmember Kerr.
Present.
Councilmember Parmet.
Here.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
Councilmember Thisted.
Present.
Mayor Riley.
Here.
There are 6 members present.
All right, thank you. And the agenda is in the packet. Can we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Wait, the consent agenda?
No, the meeting agenda.
Sorry.
Yeah, sure. I move to approve the meeting agenda.
Councilmember Kerr.
I second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Remember, the motion has passed. The next item on our agenda is council member interview vacancies. And I do have a question for the council. Our plan going forward after we completed the interviews was to go right into the nomination of candidates. Would any members of the council, what are the council members' thoughts on allowing public comment after those interviews? Council member Thisted.
I think it's awesome that we have public engagement, and if they want to make a comment, I think we should allow it.
Anyone else?
I agree with that.
Agree? Then we will.
I do also.
Do I need anything to change? Then we will allow public comments after we've completed the interview, at the 2 interviews.
So it's there.
We do have two candidates very well qualified for the 2 vacancies, or the 1 vacancy we have. And our first candidate is Kaylee Warren.
Hi guys, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for, is your mic on? I didn't hear.
I think so, yeah.
What? Was it?
You hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, all right. As long as you can be heard online. Kaylee, again, thank you very much for coming in. We appreciate your volunteering and seeking to fill our council member vacancy. The way we're going to handle this today is I'm going to give the brief introduction like we've had, then we will go around with council members asking individual questions. And ask you to please just respond to those questions as we go forward. And then I'll wrap it up at the very end. We have, about 10 questions, I think it is, overall, and have allocated about 30 minutes for the overall, just to give you an idea of the time. So, could you please give us a short biography of yourself and tell us really why are you interested in serving on the town council?
Sure. So I was born and raised in Boulder, Colorado. I started coming up to Keystone in kindergarten. My school had a program where they would shuttle us up on the weekends to go to ski school here. And so my family already had a love for Keystone, and I grew up coming here since then. And then before River Run really got developed, my family bought a condo at the Dakota Lodge before it was built. And as soon as it was built, we came up every weekend all the way through college. It really became a place that I loved. I considered it part of who I was really growing up. It really defined who I was. It was snowboarding and just becoming sort of a mountain girl. And once I got to college age, I decided to move up here after, and I ended up meeting my husband here, and we got married at the top of Keystone. We are now raising 2 small children here. So to me, Keystone's just been a really foundational part of my life about who I am, and I've seen it in many different lights. I've seen it as a tourist, I've seen it as a a resident now, I also worked for Bear Resorts for a long time, as well as I also worked in a store, like a merchant store in River Run Village. So I feel like I've seen it from a really wide range of perspectives and really taking into account a lot of different approaches to how Keystone is seen and experienced and appreciated. And so to me, that's really the foundation for why I wanted to do this, is I feel like there are a lot of people that come from a specific background and that's their expertise. And for me, I feel like I've really seen so many different ways to love and see and be in Keystone, that I've seen it grow and really become what it is over, what the last 30 years. And so to me, being able to be a part of that would be really important to me, because my children are now here. I want them to live here and potentially spend a long time here too. So to see where the future of Keystone is going and, what we really want it to be is really important to me. And so I would love to be a part of that.
Well, thank you. Councilmember Thiston?
Hi, welcome. Have you previously served on a governing board of any type, whether it's government, business, nonprofit, or another organization, or as a leader of any organization? If so, would you mind describing the organization that you served on in your role and the number of years you served? And how do you feel those skills inform your experience on town council?
So I would say I've never done any sort of like formal, governmental, anything like that. My last job, I was a general manager and a buyer for a long time, so I ran 3 different stores in Vail, Keystone, and Denver. I managed all of those people and the issues that come with it, as well as, payroll, all of that stuff like that. So being a leader in that job, as well as when I worked for Bear Resorts, I was a leader with them for a long time. So leadership is super, something I'm super comfortable with. However, like being on a board specifically, I don't have a lot of experience. It's definitely stepping out of my comfort zone, but I think that's kind of why I wanted to do it, because it is out of my comfort zone, and I feel like it would be a really cool place for me to be able to grow.
Hi, I'm Dan. Do you have any interests in or participate in any professional or personal activity that could be perceived as a conflict of interest with being on board?
I don't believe so. I'm currently a teacher at Wildflower Nature School. If I could be a teacher, like a preschool teacher in Keystone, I would. That's obviously not an option quite yet, but no, I don't believe so. I no longer work for the business in Keystone. So yeah, I feel like now I'm just a resident who's passionate.
Okay, thanks.
I get it. Carol, it's good to meet you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for your interest. And I wonder if you describe what you think your role would be as a council member and who you would represent.
For me, it's just the community. I want to be able to be an advocate for all of the people in Keystone. I think the thing about Keystone is there's so many different areas that are pretty widely different compared to, where I'm from, like Boulder. Boulder is perceived as Boulder, right? It very much has a vibe of what it is, but Keystone has so many different little neighborhoods and aspects that go into it, and I feel like it's really important to make sure that all of those areas are represented. So to me, I'm really here to serve the community. I want to understand and know more people that live here, really understand how Keystone is perceived and by all the different people here, and how we can grow it as a community as one, because now that we're a town, that's really what we need to define.
That's valid. How do you suppose you could go about representing and listening to all those different neighborhoods you mentioned validly?
Personally, you mean, or as a councilman? I think just getting out there and participating, right? Like meeting people, I feel like that's something I need to do more of is get out there and know people and learn what's going on in all these different areas. I feel like I've come here recently and I've listened to a lot of the meetings online and stuff like that, right? And I've kind of followed along as it's grown into what it was, but that's another reason why I do want to come and learn and kind of grow into this position, because I do feel like it's a really awesome opportunity to thrive into.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Welcome. Nice seeing you. So, town council requires a significant time commitment. Over and above the 2 meetings a month, there is a board packet. This week it was 275 pages. And often attending other community committees or organizations. Can you talk about how this will fit within your other commitments?
Sure, so luckily I only work at the school a couple days a week. My husband is also incredibly supportive. I do live very close to here. I kind of thought about that before applying for this, and I realized that I just had 2 children. They were really young. That did take up a significant amount of my time when they were really young, and I feel like now I'm finally at a sort of a pivotal point to dedicate my time to something else. And I really am committed to do that. I'm really passionate about this. I love to read. I've been studying sociology for a long time about communities and societies work, and I feel like it would fit really well into kind of what my passions already are. And to me, the time commitment isn't a concern.
Councilmember Parmet.
Hi. How's it going?
Good.
Community issues, in your opinion, what are 2 or 3 of the most important issues facing the community of Keystone, and what should the town do about them? Additionally, what do you feel are the community's most immediate needs, and how should the town address them?
I think for me, it's definitely infrastructure. I think we talk a lot about the traffic issues, right? Just personally in work and a resident, seeing how the town works and functions on those high season days is just so hard. And especially when I was trying to hire people, right? Like, hey, come into Keystone to work here. And they're like, I can't get here for 2 hours. I can't park here. So to me, infrastructure is a really big one. Safety is another one. You know, we don't have some of those sidewalks, those like crosswalks are a little bit concerning to me. Also, sustainability is a really one that I'm really passionate about. I think Keystone is really unique for what it has, and I want to make sure that we maintain the balance of Keystone's culture for what it is, while also making it really enticing for tourists. So finding that really safe balance between both of those is important to me.
Councilmember Fiston.
What are your ideas to encourage public involvement in the town? It's been one of our biggest challenges is getting engagement.
I've definitely thought about that because even for me, I feel like I haven't really known what's going on a lot of times, even when I really tried to be involved. I don't know how much you guys have talked about like hosting events or like using social media. I don't know if that's something we've ever done, but I mean, I guess a little bit, but to me, that's something that is a lot of people are really receptive to. In my last job, that's something we really utilized a lot, and we got so much more engagement that way, and people were able to share their ideas that way and really participate, and then decide to participate physically as well. So I think you got to really like start out by reaching out in a way that people are comfortable with, and then people are willing to more like gather and actually like participate more. But people are only going to participate to their level of comfort, right? So that starting point, I think, is really crucial.
Question for you. You earlier mentioned that your definitions of why you were going to Keystone, why you like it so much. If you were to think about what we should do to better define our community, Keystone, have you thought about that? What would better define us?
What would define us? I mean, I think that's something that the community as a whole does, right? I think I would love to hear what all the different people think of that, what it means to everyone. I think Keystone means a lot of different things to everyone, and then you could sort of consolidate that. But I really like sort of the advocacy thing for community. I want that to be defined by the community. I don't think I should be the decider of that. The people who live here, the people who work here, the people who are involved in this, the growth of this town really need to be the ones defining that.
Hi again. So I heard you say that you've been aware of so many changes as this community grew and changed over the last decades that you're aware of. Can you anticipate or envision what Keystone will look like or could look like in the next 5 to 20 years?
I mean, I think it's hard because that is a concern of mine. I think there's a lot of people that want it to be more of a resort town, mostly a resort town. And then there's people that want to keep the small town culture really alive and thriving. And that's kind of what I was saying to Aaron's question is, I really want to find that balance, right? We are a resort town, that's very clear. That's what drives our community. But I also think that people like Keystone because it is a small resort town, right? Like people can go to Vail because it's Vail. People go to Beaver Creek because it's Beaver Creek. But people come to Keystone because it's a small, quaint, comfortable, cozy place to be. And that's something that I don't want to get taken away. So I would like to maintain it in a way that is respectable, right? I don't think huge, consistent development on every single square foot of every single corner is really what Keystone needs, but I do think that there's a sustainable way to approach development and support the need for tourism while also really maintaining that respect for how beautiful and magical this small resort town is and not losing sight of that.
So the town council must make a decision regarding the implementation of policies and/or programs that may be somewhat difficult or controversial. How will you reconcile making decisions that you feel are in the best interest for the public, even though you may have somewhat difficult, or that may be somewhat difficult for you, or there may be significant opposition?
I mean, kind of going back to what I said before, I think the community is really what is going to create this town, right? This is the community's town. And regardless of what I think, I'm here to represent the community as a whole. And just, it doesn't matter whether I disagree with it or not. If the consensus is this is the best choice for Keystone, then I'm for it.
From your comments, you mentioned the Keystone community. What do you view as the Keystone community?
I mean, I think a lot of it is workforce, obviously. A lot of it is Vail Resorts, the people who work here, who drive here, who live here. But it is a lot of residents. There are some residents that have been here since this town was built, right? Before it was even really a town, or even a community at all. So to me, it's people that appreciate nature, appreciate outdoor living, that really want to keep that at the core of who they are and what they do and maintain that long term. You know, this, like I said before, I don't think Keystone should be just like another other resort. I think we really need to keep that specific to what Keystone is and support that, because that's why people live here. That's why people love it here, is because it is what it is. And I don't, yeah, I guess like people, you want people to leave because, oh, Keystone's not Keystone anymore, right? And that's why I'm so passionate about keeping what it really is alive, because that's why I'm here. That's why I grew up here. I've spent my whole life being incredibly passionate about this place, and I want to raise my children here, and I got married at the top of Durkham, right? Like, this place is magical to me, and I really don't want it to lose that magic.
You mentioned the workforce, you mentioned the residents, you mentioned Vail Resorts. What about the second homeowners?
I mean, absolutely. I don't want to not include them. I think the ones that I've spent time with feel the same way that I do, right? They appreciate Keystone for the exact same way. I don't think just because you own a second home or because you're here all the time changes the view of how you see and love Keystone. To me, everyone is.
Well, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions?
Thank you for
Councilmember.
I do.
Jane.
You've mentioned several times keeping Keystone. Can you describe for us what that means or what you would like to avoid in order to keep Keystone Keystone?
Like I said, I think like what I was mentioning, I just think building out, like we've discussed, or I've heard you guys discuss before, that there isn't a ton of build opportunity left, right? But to be able to keep it quaint in my mind, like we don't need huge, robust 10-story buildings, right? We don't need crazy. That's really my biggest concern, is like to keep it respectable, to keep it. I think if all you ever came to Keystone and all you saw was buildings, you're losing the nature of it, right? You're losing the natural beauty. I think my main issue is I want to maintain that natural beauty and not build out the town so much that we're taking away from that. I think this natural beauty should be a focal point, and that we should aesthetically build with that in mind and build around that idea instead of the opposite.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Kaylee, thank you for coming in today. We appreciate your time. I know this is going to be a very hard decision for all the council members. What we'll be doing, we'll be going through the next interview. After that interview, then we'll have a public comment period, and then we'll go through the nomination and election process. So you're very welcome to stay.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Ms. Charlie.
John Massey, our second candidate.
Yeah, we actually told John to be here at 3:30.
All right, so we have 10 minutes?
Yeah.
He might be here a little bit sooner, I know he's on his way.
Then, unless council members have an objection, how about if we take a 10-minute recess or until John arrives?
That's fine.
Then we are in recess. Welcome. We appreciate you letting us back up. We are we're back into order. Are we recording?
Yep.
Like we are, good. John Hagenow, our second candidate, is now here. And we are now ready to, for our interview process. John, again, thank you for volunteering for council.
Of course.
The council's going to have a really rough decision. We have two candidates, and both candidates appear to be very well qualified. So I don't envy the decision that I'm going to have to make, or the rest of the council is going to have to make in a few minutes. What we're going to do is we'll start out with questions from each of the council members. We have about 10 questions that we'll roll through. And then we will wrap up, and that will basically be it. With that, the one question I have for you is, can you give us a short biography of yourself and tell us why you're interested in serving on our town council?
Of course. And I just want to start off by saying thank you everyone for being here early. I know that this is prior to your normal work sessions and being here early on. Sometimes other people have other commitments, so thank you for being here for this important process. So back to my biography. My name is John Hagenow, born and raised in Connecticut. Like a lot of the people that are sitting around this room have fallen in love with what the mountains have to offer, what our beautiful little town has to offer. I almost said city there, it's not a city, but it certainly feels like that at times, the construction and all the condos and buildings here. But fell in love with what our town has to offer, and moved out here just a few years ago. but have been looking to get involved ever since I got out here. Giving back to the community and giving back to areas that I'm involved with, whether that's work, where I live, organizations I volunteer with, giving back and trying to lead in those organizations is super important for me. I was a Boy Scout growing up, arguably the most impactful organization and aspect of my childhood. Was raised by a single mom, so having those male role models was really important. And in that organization, I was really involved as well, represented them on a national council, so traveled around the country and world representing the scouting movement. And to be honest with you, since graduating college a number of years ago and being involved there and starting my career first in corporate consulting and then moving to hospitality out here, I've been thirsty or having a desire to give back to the community. And when the town was forming a number of years ago and we're looking for people to get involved, I threw my hat in the ring, ran for the first town council, didn't quite make it, but I think that showed my desire to give back to the community in whatever way possible, right? And if the vote goes the other way to the other candidate, very happy for them, very supportive of the process. And I still will look to give back however I might be able to with the town here. So I think I kind of hit everything there. A couple of things, I did mention I work in hospitality. I don't work for Vail Resorts anymore, as some of you may have known during the initial election process. I work in Breckenridge, so minimal conflicts of interest. I do live in town and absolutely enjoy it with my pup, get to walk around the streams and see all the beautiful nature that we have to offer. So I think I kind of hit everything I wanted to hit on there. But if you have any further questions, please don't hesitate to let me know and I'd be happy to dig into them.
Councilmember Thisted.
Forgive me for a little bit of redundancy because you've touched a little bit on some organizations that you've served on.
Sure.
But are there any other governing boards that you've been involved with or a leader of? And if so, do you mind describing your role, the number of years you served, and how you feel those skills and experiences could inform your service as a town council member?
Definitely, thank you for the question. Most recently, I'm on the Town of Keystone Planning Commission. That has just been a handful of months at this point. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but probably close to 6 months at this point. It was right after the town incorporated, so probably less than 6 months at this point. And on that role, I just serve as an at-large member, so helping with the review process of applicants for any planning and zoning issues. And then in theory, in the future, we're going to look at the master plan and the comp plan, which is a very exciting time for our community to really get the stakeholder input on what we want with our community. So that's kind of future state there. Previously, when I was a little bit younger, I served on the Boy Scout National Committee, so was serving on the regional for the Northeast region. They're representing around 230,000 scouts, both in Europe on the military bases and domestically. During my collegiate years, I served in a number of board positions, namely in student government and then also resident assistant council, and then served with the board of trustees a little bit there too. Why I mention all this is Robert's Rules of Order. I know there's a slightly abridged version that's used here, but the process of council meetings and the process of how meetings run is something I'm familiar with and have an understanding of. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know every single rule of it, because very few people know every single rule of it, but at least understanding the general premise is something I think would be very applicable for the board. And then more importantly, I think it has allowed me to have a mindset of decision making. So how to approach complex decisions, and especially decisions that impact more than just the people sitting in this room and the entire community. Whether that's a community of volunteers in the scouting program, whether that's a community of students at a university, or whether that's a community of people looking to build things here in the town of Keystone. I think that my experience through those three main areas has allowed me to have that mindset of decision making.
Hey, John. I understand you're not with Vail Resorts anymore. Question along those lines. Do you have any interest in or participate in any professional or personal activity that could lead to a perceived conflict of interest with being on the council?
I do think that anyone who's actively involved in a town would have the potential for conflict of interest in various decisions. So not as much of an obvious potential conflict as before when I worked for Vail, but I think that anyone who's actively involved in a town, whether it's a business owner or somebody who's employed in the community, could have a perceived conflict of interest. I don't think that there's any red flag, so to say, as far as a potential conflict. I mean, nothing comes to mind immediately as far as serving on a board in town or anything like that that could be an immediate conflict.
Okay.
Did that answer your question, Ben?
Yeah, how about interests? You know, your interest would be, you're over here and you really want to focus on this. Any conflicts there?
Nothing that I would say is substantive at this point. Like I mentioned at the beginning, I do always look to give back to the communities and be involved in the communities that I'm in, and that could involve board memberships or volunteer opportunities, but nothing at this point is of substantive concern.
Okay.
Hi, John.
Hi, Carol.
Please describe what you think the role of a council member is and how you would represent, no, who you would represent, sorry.
Of course. I think that they kind of both parts of those questions go to the same aspect. A council member is really intended to look at the sustainable future of our town through supporting and representing the folks that live here. And Keystone in particular, like a lot of other resort destination communities, has an interesting, I would call, stakeholder base, right? Like, we have to take into consideration the people that live here year round, but we also have to take into consideration the growth and people that visit us. We have tens of thousands of people that come through our doors, so to say, every year and visit our beautiful community. And arguably we wouldn't exist without those folks that do come here and utilize our beautiful resources, which is a natural resource in my opinion. And so really we have to represent and do what's right for those people that live here year round, but also keeping in mind that the core of our town is a resort destination.
And how do you anticipate going about understanding what those interests are of those sometimes vastly different stakeholders and absorbing and representing them?
Definitely. I think our lived experiences is something that really allows us to represent those groups that we've either been a part of. The first time coming to Keystone, I stayed at the Lodge and Spa. And so like I was the tourist staying at the Lodge and Spa for the first time. And then I was the local resort worker that worked in Keystone for the first time. And now I'm the local citizen that lives in Keystone and works somewhere else in county. So I think that being able to understand those different perspectives and bring that perspective to the board, but then also being able to understand that perspective on when citizens come in and give public comment is super important. And that would be how I look to represent those various different stakeholders.
Mr. Davis?
So, welcome, John.
Thank you.
The town council requires a significant time commitment, usually 2 meetings a month, plus a packet of materials for each meeting. This time it was 275 pages. I don't want to discourage you, but that's the reality. Often attending other committees or organizational meetings representing the town. How will this fit into your other commitments?
So thank you for the question. I have been proactive with this conversation. I've talked to my leadership at work and they are very aware of my desire to be involved here in the town. And we are committed to making sure that I can make the meetings if I were to be selected. So while not to presume a selection today, I have been preemptive in ensuring that my priorities would align both with my professional environment, but also my volunteerism here. We're looking to give service to the town here. So I've been proactive in ensuring that that would be something I'd be able to commit to.
Hi, John.
Aaron.
In your opinion, what are the 2 or 3 most important issues facing the community, and what should the town of Keystone do about them? Additionally, what do you feel are the community's most immediate needs, and how should the town address them? So kind of like short-term and long-term efforts.
Sure. And not to sound like a broken record, which I know many of you know, and thank you for that question, Aaron. Many of you know these are important issues, and have been voiced before, but I would say public safety, and that goes one of two really big avenues, right? Both the presence of security or police force here in town and in more immediate response than what we've kind of seen in the recent term here, but then also public safety in the sense of pedestrian access and accessibility in town. We do have a wonderful trail system, a wonderful trail network, but it's meant for leisure walks to the forest, right? Not necessarily allowing our workforce to get from point A to point B, or our visitors to get from point A to point B in the most efficient and safe way possible. So I think that public safety has two kind of branches there, that personnel response, but then also infrastructure development. And then on that infrastructure development, I think that investment in our open spaces and recreational areas is, in my opinion, one of the top priorities. I love the amount of open spaces that we have here in town, but it definitely can be improved and polished. And then kind of on another avenue, our long-term goals, and this is especially important with our comp and master plan, our long-term goals for what we have as a community here, what we see as the future development for the percentage of land that's still left to develop, and then also what we see as future development in that already developed land. So what is our plan as a town, basically? What do we see as the development moving forward? And then on a more short-term basis, I think getting all of those things that a town needs to get stood up is really important. Those IGAs refined, working with other entities on our security forces, ensuring that we have all the staff, which it sounds like we do have all the staff now, which is awesome. And then all of those opening processes, if you will, finishing that in the next year or two.
Great.
Councilmember Thisted?
What are your ideas to encourage public involvement? That's been one of our biggest challenges, and a challenge that we feel like we need to address.
So I think Coffee with Council is a good first step, but we need to get the word out more, right? And how do we do that, right? Whether it's ads in the Summit Daily or like, there's a million different ways we could go with that. But getting the word out there that everyone in this room is approachable, and that people are also welcome to come here and give their public comment, maybe facilitating public comment outside of the regular avenues. We are a tech-enabled world at this point. There's no reason why we can't have like an email box or something that people can give public comment to. And I'm just kind of spitballing here at this point. But there's definitely ways that we can look at augmenting our engagement with folks that live here in town, and especially with those folks that might only be here for a season or two. A lot of our seasonal workforce might not know how to get involved, so maybe partnership with the businesses in town, our local businesses here, in getting the word out that we want to hear what they have to say, and their perspective might be very important for that.
Yeah, John, you hit on a couple things earlier about what is Keystone to you. If you were kind of to define what the town of Keystone is today, and what would better define it in the future, how would you envision that?
Sure, and I can definitely, I think that's a great question. I can definitely give my perspective, but by no means am I'm a representative, right? So at the end of the day, I can give my perspective for what I think the town of Keystone is going to be in the future, but really I think it's what all of us see as the town of Keystone. It's no one person making that decision. I definitely see Keystone as a destination resort. I don't think we're going to lose that, and I think that that's something that brings a lot of power to us in being a destination that's known. Not as much as, say, Vail or Breckenridge, but still a destination that's known. And I think that that gives us a lot of power to make some really great changes here. And I do think that that's what our future is that we will be a destination resort, something that when I tell somebody in the airport that I live in Keystone, they're like, oh, I know Keystone. That's that cool mountain community, right? So whether that's through our ski community that we become known as that, or other emphasis that we put on community building, concert series, events that happen throughout the year, I think that that's really how we become a world-known resort. But one that is still focused on the family and allowing us to have that tight-knit community that is so important to, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think everyone in this room really values that tight-knit community that we have. The running joke is whenever I go to Steve downstairs, I can see somebody that I know, and that's absolutely amazing, and that's what I love about our small community. So that, to boil down into 30 seconds or less, a small community that has a resort destination to it as well.
John, you've seen, just in your few short years here, you've seen a lot of change. You've had change in your own life. What do you envision for Keystone in the next 5 to 20 years?
5 to 20 years. Thank you for the question. So I'm going to pull out my magical ball right here where I can see into the future. I think that development is an inevitable process of the mountain communities right now. Sure, there's a housing bubble that people talk about. There's certain recessions that people are talking about. And all of those are important, but at the end of the day, I think that we are in a community that will still see development, still see investment, and still see the desire for people to live here. And I think that the work that everyone does in this room and in the future will continue to grow that desire to be here. And so I see that Keystone will develop, finish those processes that we're starting. Those IGAs will go away. We'll have our own processes in place for a security force. We'll have our own concert series or events that are happening over the summer. And I think that in 5 years, we'll start to really become a spot people want to go to and want to live in even more than they do now. And I think in 20 years, I can't even fathom to believe what we're gonna have. We're gonna have a public transportation system that's super effective. We're gonna have a stoplight at Razor Drive. We're gonna have a post office in town. So I think that there's gonna be a few things in 20 years that I can't even fathom to believe what we'll have in 20 years. But the groundwork that's being laid right now, I think will be super important for that.
Councilmember Davis?
So, under decision-making, John, the town council must make decisions regarding the implementation of policies and/or programs that may be somewhat difficult or controversial. How will you reconcile making decisions that you feel are in the best interest of the public, even though they may be somewhat difficult or there may be some significant opposition?
It's a great question.
Oh, and I wrote it myself, you know. No.
I think it's important to compartmentalize what the council does. And it's important to understand what the role of the council is in doing what's best for the community. I personally didn't run the first time in here because I thought it would be easy or it'd be a vacation. I did it because I thought that this would be something that would be great to give back to the community and honestly around great people. So compartmentalizing those decisions, I think is a super important part of those difficult decisions you mentioned. Could have significant opposition. And at the end of the day, we need to do what's best for the community and not the folks that speak the loudest in opposition.
One question, follow-on question that I have is, how do you define the Keystone community?
There's 3 different ways maybe to define that. And that's a great question, Ken, thank you. There's physical boundaries. There's the town map, right? We can look at the longitude and latitude and determine that this is the official boundary, or maybe we can look at the stoplight and determine that at the stoplight the town of Keystone ends. You can also define the town of Keystone as the group of people that are here. So your physical address, if you're here for work, if you're here for play, if you're here to live and grow your family, that's another physical definition to a degree. And then I think there's the mindset of being in Keystone. So folks that live in Summit Cove or Montezuma, or right on the other side of the official boundaries, could feel like they're part of the Keystone Valley, the Keystone community, but that might not be technically part of Keystone. And I think that all 3 of those kind of smashed together is what it means to be identified as Keystone.
What's the role of the second homeowner in Keystone?
The role of the second homeowner Keystone was built as a resort community from the ground up. And the second homeowner is a critical part of our community, whether that's somebody who owns a second home and uses it for rental purposes, or they use it for a couple weeks out of the year for their family, or they come up every weekend to enjoy the beautiful area we have. They are still part of our community. But there is definitely a fine line on that. Where does that second homeowner have the ability to be part of our community and voting, for example? I know that was a big conversation point with the incorporation efforts. So that, I think boiled down, as I said with Dan earlier, in 30 seconds or less, they're still part of our community, but there's certain things that a second homeowner can and can't do in our community that somebody who lives here full-time might be able to do.
Does anyone, Councilmember Kerr?
Forgive me, John, I might not have been listening closely enough. I know you're no longer with Val. Did you say what you're doing now, or at least what industry you're in?
I said hospitality. I did not say what company I'm with, so I'm with Sage Hospitality. While I was with Vail in Keystone, I switched over to Breckenridge with Vail as well. And then the management company changed due to ownership's desires for the property we were working at, and Sage won the management contract. They decided to keep certain positions or retain those people for certain positions, and I was retained with the team. And so Sage Hospitality, for those that might not know, Union Station, McGregor Square, Dairy Block in Denver, those are the big ones that they operate, and they operate the restaurants and the hotels for a lot of those properties. So they have a really big presence in Denver, and they're looking to grow in the mountains here. I by no means am a representative of Sage, so don't take anything I just said for anything more than just explaining my current industry. Of course.
Where specifically in Summit County do you work?
Of course. So I work for Sage at the former Doubletree property. We're transitioning to a Curio hotel. The name is not publicly released yet, so I won't say the new name, but it's going to be a Curio hotel in Breckenridge, Hilton brand.
Councilmember Parmet?
This is more informational than I suppose the question that it is, but did you know that Keystone existed before the resort?
For clarification purposes, do you mean the town of Keystone before?
The community of Keystone originally a mining, and there was a logging mill over by where the Keystone Science School was.
Okay.
And it was an area where miners came in. You can still see the scars up on the landscape. And of course, there were folks who lived here, and when the Durkins founded, they founded Ski Tip and helped found Arapahoe Basin, along with some others. This was a lodging and work community for that, and some neighborhoods, for example, Loveland Pass Village, were here decades before. Max Durkin and Bergman had the brilliant idea to make this wonderful mountain that we love very much.
So I'm not going to pretend like I knew the entire history.
History very official.
So I did know that there was like the history of Ski Tip being a stagecoach stop on the way over the mountain, and like little things like that before they went over Argentine Pass. But I didn't know so I knew that aspect, and I hiked the mine up. I think it's the mine that's still left of Independence Mountain.
Cinnamon?
No. You can see it from basically
The Idebell?
Idebell Mine. Yeah, so I've hiked the Idebell Mine. I sat there at lunch and looked over the beautiful valley. So I knew that there was mining, but I didn't know the details that you just conveyed to us, so thank you for that.
Are there any other questions? Well, thank you very much, John, for coming in today. What we're going to be doing next is I will be opening up the floor for public comment, both in person and online. At the completion of public comment, then we'll go into the discussion of nomination and election process. You're more than welcome to stay for that process. We do hope to, for both candidates, we do hope to swear in the candidate that is selected after the selection is made, and then have that candidate participate for the rest of the meeting as a council member. So again, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you all again for the opportunity to be here, and thank you very much for that explanation.
Ken, point of information?
Yeah.
If I use that properly. Will public comment also include council comment, or will those be separate?
It'll be separate. At this point, I'll open up the floor for public comment. If anyone would like to make a comment regarding our important decision we're going to have on the selection of a town council. Is there anyone?
There is a request in the chat if somebody would like to make a comment.
Well, I have first, and please state your name and where you live in Keystone.
My name is Patty Blank, and I live in Snowdance condos in Mountain House. My question is this council person going to replace Sarah's term, or will they have to hope to be a candidate again after her term is up?
Well, this person that is selected will replace the term that council member Keel had, and they will be face election in 2026.
2026, is that when her
That's when
term
her term would have been up, but she would have still faced election for continuation of term also in 2026, even if it had been a 4-year term.
Okay, all right, and I do have a question. Do you know how?
No questions or comments. Would anyone else like to make a comment here? Go ahead.
Tommy Banks, Logan Pass Village. When I came here today, I had no idea that I was going to be able to hear the interviews. I was just coming to a meeting, all right? And so that was a great surprise. So being a couple of you have stated already that you've got a tough decision. You do. Yeah, you have two really good candidates, two really strong candidates. So it's great to see a couple people stepping up. Selfishly, from Logan Pass Village, I would love to see another representative from somewhere over in that area. That said, I recognize that there are a lot of different needs now that we're incorporated. From second homeowners to residents to workforce, and I recognize that. So there needs to be somehow, as council members, there needs to find that balance as we work towards that vision. I'll speak for Kaylee. She's, since she's a friend, she lives next to me. I think Kaylee represents a couple different demographics. Certainly well beyond Logan Pass Village. She's raising a family here. It won't be long before her kids are standing at the stoplight out there on the highway. She spoke to safety. She is trying to make a living here, and trying to, the home that they live in now is not huge for the family that they have, but they're trying to make ends meet. And so it would be great to have that perspective and I think she spoke very well towards the balance of keeping that culture between the history of what we have here and the building of the resort and how we balance those two and not get out of whack. So, thank you.
Thank you. In person, are there anyone else who'd like to make a comment? With that, I'll turn to online.
Okay. Nene should be able to speak, hopefully.
Is she
Can
muted?
you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Hi. I am calling in to support John. John lost by 2 votes. More than 150 people voted for him. I believe in being elected rather than just selected. I think the council members need to keep that in mind and represent the 150 people that did vote for him. That's one of the points I would like to make. The other one, I would point out that John has always been interested in serving. He has continuously shown being involved in the planning commission, and now wanting, after this opportunity came along, that he's interested in serving as a councilman. I think it's showing that he's wanting to be involved, and I think you should also keep that in mind as well, that this is somebody that has been involved for a long time. And I know John, I have worked with John. I had been very involved in the incorporation process for a long time, and I, not just speaking for myself, but a lot of people that I know that supported him. I think he would be a great choice.
Thank you. Could you please state your name? Could you please state your name and where you live in Keystone?
My name is Mimi Koch. I'm currently, for the next month, I'm living in Flying Dutchman, and then I will be moving to a permanent home in Keystone. And I've lived in Keystone full time since 2006, and I've raised my family, 2 kids, one to the local middle school and high school. And so I am somebody who has was a second homeowner since 1999. I have lived in Keystone full time since 2006.
Thank you very much, Amy. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
I just want to first let you know that I live next door to Kaylee in Loveland House Village. I have, and that you know, I've watched her family grow, and I've watched how she was able to deal with her child care issues when we don't have affordable child care in Keystone, basically. So she got a spot in a school that would take her kids for preschool, and then she got certified to be able to do that with her kids. So now her kids have been able to go to school with her. I mean, I think it's been a very innovative way that she's been trying to deal with the problems for working class people in Loveland House Village. And I also appreciate having some kids in our neighborhood, although it's kind of scary with we have the huge cranes and stuff right now digging, and her little boy is very interested in the machinery there. But anyway, I'd just like to.
And could you please state your name and where you live?
I'm Kathy Rogg, and I live in Loveland House Village on 277 Razor Drive.
Thank you, Kathy. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment?
Can I make a second comment?
You didn't make a comment before, come on.
Well, it was my comment, but my question. But you said no question, I'm making a comment. I agree with the woman online that the fact that John was a candidate, he had a petition that was all filled out. He lost by just a few votes. I think the town is for him again, so he has my vote.
And for the record, that was Patty Blank, who lives in Snowdon. All right, is there any other public comment? that, I'll declare the public comment period ended. And here's the process that we'll be going through today. And as a reminder, there's one vacancy for town council, for a council member position. That this person in this position will serve until the next regular election in April 2026. As far as the process for the appointment, I'll first open the floor for discussion and comments by council members. And after that discussion and comments are completed, I'll call for nominations from the floor. And this means that I'll ask council members to verbally nominate an individual for the council member vacancy. Once there are no further nominations, I will announce that the opportunity for nominations is closed. And on the closing of nominations, I will announce the name of each individual who has been nominated. I will then ask council members to fill out a ballot for the appointment of the council member to fill the vacancy. If there are no ties, the individual receiving the most votes will be appointed to fill the vacancy, and we will handle any ties with a drawing. Do any of the council members have any questions or concerns on the process? Council member Thistleton?
No concerns.
Council member Davis?
We don't have balance.
No, you will.
Okay.
We don't have nominations yet either.
Oh, okay.
Council member Permit?
Can you clarify that tie process?
It will be, I believe, a drawing.
What does that mean?
What is it?
2 names in a hat, you pick one.
Really?
If there's a tie.
Is that from Bob's Rules of Order?
Yes.
Can I propose a different way to break a tie?
Sure, what's your proposal?
I propose that it go to council discussion and revote.
Why not?
There should be an intent.
Okay, great.
All right. We can do that. Is there, Madam Attorney, is there an issue with that?
There's no issue with that, I think. I mean, you should consider at some point if you continue to have ties over and over, that there should be a way to resolve a tie, but you can certainly do a revote after further discussion.
All right. Council okay with that? All right. With that, the floor is open for comment or discussion by any council member. Council member Liston.
First of all, I want to commend both of the candidates. I'm impressed by your composure and your authenticity and willingness to put your neck out. I don't know if I would have demonstrated this same level of composure or has been quite as articulate. I did prepare something because I'm much better in written communication than I am impromptu verbal. So I'm going to read something that I prepared. Because I believe it's important that our community receive some genuine insight into this process and selection and to what's going on in some of our minds. I may be the only one who decides to publicly stick my neck out. Admittedly, I'm not very good at parliamentary procedure or the art of politics. I'm just a resident who's going to treat you guys, my neighbors, listening to the same respect I would hope for in this situation, which is transparency and consideration. As I consider a viable replacement, I think about who vacated this position and what the voters selected in their prior election. Sarah's absence leaves a big hole. When I reflect on what she brought to the council, I think of a full-time worker in our community. She was definitely a business owner, but more specifically, I think of someone who was starting out and committed to contributing to building our community and investing in its future. She represented someone who was in the central area of Keystone, which is now left unrepresented. Someone who consistently engaged in our community and contributed to the incorporation effort. Someone who put themselves in front of the voters, and the voters subsequently demonstrated support for by casting a considerable number of votes. Prior to incorporation, the county commissioners really left me with a bitter taste in my mouth over their process for filling vacancies on the county commission. It seems they perfected a system of having commissioners step down midterm, which allowed the county the latitude to influence and ultimately handpick replacements. For me, the undeniable trend they set undermines democracy and transparency. It's so encouraging to see more people stepping forward, and I hope that regardless of the result, you continue to be engaged in this process and Keystone. We're lucky to have two candidates. Regardless, because we do need all hands on deck. However, I personally am going to rely on the deferential previously noted and ultimately defer to the voters in relation to my pick for the vacant council position. For these reasons, well, we're not nominating yet, but those are my comments.
Are there any other comments? Councilmember Cormier?
Wow, we're lucky to have both of you. It is a hard year. And parts of both your stories really resonate with me and my story and how I came to be here. And then the other part of my comment is simply to throw numbers up, because it was mentioned, John did run for council, and he received 150 votes in favor. There were 290 votes, or 98 votes, so he received over 50% of voters in favor of him. And the next person to receive more votes received 4 more votes than he did. And that was the cutoff line for getting on the line between those 4 votes. That's all.
Any other? Councilmember Kerr?
On behalf of those who didn't listen in to our meeting a few council meetings ago, we had an opportunity to simply appoint John based on the fact that he was the next candidate, received the next number of votes. That was a very popular concern. In the end, we decided it would be more transparent and better in the long run to see if there were anyone else who would be interested. So I am excited that we have 2 particularly competent and eligible people we can look at. It gives us more to go on. It also identifies one more person who has stepped up and identified interest in being part of the future of this town government. So that's to our benefit. Just for the record, we looked at the option of holding another election, but that would have bumped it down the road several more months with its own expense. So what we're doing is probably, I don't know, happy medium is the best way to describe it, but this is our opportunity to say we do want to hear from the public. We do want to know if there are other candidates. And I'm pleased to see that worked. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? You know, as I sat through the interview process, I was struck, you know, it's really easy to say it's a tough decision. But I really was struck that both candidates provide us a real choice. They're both in the workforce. One's a working mom, one's single, lives in the community, and works as well. Demographics are very important to me as I look at this decision. We have a big hole to fill with the vacancy in the central part of Keystone, and that's important to me. Another piece that's important to me is that there is a significant segment of this community that is underrepresented. And that segment is the folks that are in workforce housing, the folks that are in wintergreen, and having experience in that does weigh somewhat on me. I'm also, on the other side, torn of recognizing that Loveland Pass Village is a different neighborhood. And their voice is important to our community. So Again, I'd like to thank all of the candidates, both of you, for standing up, and whoever isn't selected, I would encourage you to continue to be involved in the community. I think both of you have shown a voice and an interest in the community and a passion. And whoever isn't elected, I would encourage you to become involved and stay involved in the community and help us guide and grow this community as we go forward in the future. So, are there any other comments? With that, I will declare that the discussion period is over, and I'll open the floor for nominations. Would you please raise your hand if you'd like to make a nomination? You may nominate one individual. Councilmember Davis.
I would like to nominate John Hagenow for the position on town council. I thought he made a very compelling interview.
Councilmember Kerr.
I'll second the nomination.
There was a second. Are there any other nominations? Councilmember Parmet.
I'd like to nominate you.
All right. I don't believe I need a second, do I? We do not need seconds. So with that, both candidates have been nominated. So at this point, what I will do is the two candidates that have been nominated are Kaylee Warren and John Hagenow. I would now like to ask the clerk to hand out the ballots. Council members, I'd like to ask council members to please write the names of one individual that you would like to serve on the town council, and you know their names. Voted. Okay. Mr. Town Manager, talking about. Will the clerk please count the ballots and tally the votes and read back the results?
This is called the hospital. Two people very similar.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just show my rapid scan and spelling.
All right, there are 6 votes for John Hagenow.
All right. The following individuals have been appointed to the vacancy on town council: John Hagenow, and John Hagenow is appointed to the council member position until April 2026. Can I get a motion to approve resolution 2024-64? Councilmember Thiston.
Motion to approve the resolution appointing John Hagenow. Do I need to read that?
Yes.
Okay, then no. Sorry. Motion to approve a resolution of the town council of the town of Keystone, Colorado, appointing an individual to fill a council member vacancy on the town council.
And appointing.
And appointing John Hagenow as, for the town council member.
All right.
Selected.
Been moved. Is there a second? Councilmember Davis.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those, in fact, I'll go, what? No, we have to approve the resolution. With that, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis.
Approved.
Councilmember Kerr.
Approved.
Councilmember Carmen.
Aye.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Approved.
Councilmember Thisted.
Approved.
Mayor Riley.
Approved.
There are 6 votes to approve.
All right. Thank you very much. That was a very tough decision.
Mayor, you're going to have John Hagenow take an oath.
I was just getting to that.
Okay, a point of order on this.
Yes.
Mr. Hagenow is a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and he cannot sit as a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission and also a member of Town Council. So I would ask for his resignation as a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission before he takes the
All
oath.
right. Mr. Hagenow, would you please, if you choose not to resign, I guess we'd have to go back and reconsider.
Does it need to be in writing? I can send it out.
He would say it verbally.
Say it verbally.
Unfortunately, I would like to tenure my resignation for the Planning Commission, but I'm excited for the future that resignation
Come to the
allows.
podium.
I would like to tenure my resignation for the Planning Commission, but I'm grateful for the opportunity that resignation will allow me to have. And for the record, this is John Hagner.
Well, thank you very much.
Stay up here.
All right. At this point, I'll administer the oath to you, and please raise your right hand. And I, state your name,
I, Jonathan Hagenow,
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Colorado, and the Charter of Ordinances of the Town of Keystone,
the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Colorado, and the Charter of Ordinance for the Town of Keystone,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
the duties of council member
the duties of council member
for the Town of Keystone to the best of my skill and ability.
for the Town of Keystone to the best of my skill and ability.
And thank you very much, and welcome to the council.
Thank you all very much.
And
Is he
please,
seated?
yes, please take a seat at the table. With that, without objection, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess, if we could.
Yes.
We'll report back here. Okay, all right. Then I'll call the council meeting back into session. And the next item on the agenda is communications to council. This is an opportunity for the public to provide comment, limited to non-agenda items. So please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and I'd like to make a clarification of something that occurred during the last public comment period. In your communications to council, you can ask any questions you want. It's just council can't answer your questions. All right, so if you have questions, feel free to ask, but you expect that you will not receive an answer from council. So, again, that's just part of the process. So would anyone like to make a public comment? Is there anyone online who'd like to make a public comment? All right, with that, I'll declare the public comment period closed. And we're now going into discussion. And with that, the first item is the discussion of nicotine cessation efforts in Summit County.
Yes, Mayor, I told the nicotine people to come at 5:30, and I expected 2 more candidates when we set the agenda, so
All right,
we'll
well,
have to push that off.
without objection, the council, I'll defer that till 5:30. And the next item is discussion of quasi-judicial hearing procedures. That'll turn it over to, I believe, the town attorney.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, Jennifer Madsen, town attorney. And we have a presentation here. I'm just wondering if it's showing. Looks like it is online. So this is a refresher on quasi-judicial trainings. Council has received a training, I believe, in June of this year. And so this is going to be a refresher, also an opportunity for you all to ask any questions on this process, try to get some clarification on points. So we'll go ahead and get started. As members of town council, you wear many hats. In fact, you wear 3 hats, really, and that's in your decision making. You engage in legislative actions, quasi-judicial actions, and administrative and executive actions. So what are the legislative actions that you engage in? Those are your rules that you make, adoptions of ordinances and rules that set really the guidelines for what happens in the town. Your legislative actions also establish your criteria that is to be used in quasi-judicial decisions. So when you adopt your own land use code, you're going to be making a legislative decision as to the criteria that is applied to specific applications, say conditional use permits. You will be deciding what that criteria is. Legislative actions apply to the town as a whole. When you adopt the model traffic code, that's a legislative action. So those rules then will apply to the town as a whole and not one individual. Administrative actions are really one-time actions that are focused on implementing legislative decisions. An example of an administrative action that you could all take is declaring an emergency or making a one-time decision to implement legislation. And then the next type, and that's what we're going to focus on today, is quasi-judicial actions. Quasi-judicial actions are court-like, and so you really sit in the role of judges on your decisions. So what are quasi-judicial actions? Quasi-judicial actions relate to rights of specific individuals. So in these types of decisions, typically you have one person or an entity coming to you and asking you to make a decision. The decision is based on criteria that's already established. You're not making up the criteria when you issue your decision. The criteria is set forth in either the Keystone ordinances or in some circumstances, state law. For example, liquor licenses, the criteria set out in state law. In quasi-judicial actions, there is a formal application procedure, and the decision is typically to issue a permit or I'm trying to think of license, that type of thing. So you're granting something to someone to allow them to be able to do something. There is notice and hearing requirement and fair and unbiased tribunal required. So quasi-judicial actions are something that, we need to spend a little bit more time with education and training on, because certain steps need to be followed, certain rules have to be followed. The constitutional rules of due process set out in the Colorado Constitution and the United States Constitution have to be followed. So what are these due process requirements? And these are things that I help you with. It's not, you don't have to do all of these things on your own. Your clerk does a lot of these. Your community development director does some of these actions. So the due process requirements for quasi-judicial actions involve providing notice, and it's really notice of a hearing. So the notice must be given of the date and time of the hearing. And that's to allow interested people to know that a decision is going to be made and that they have an opportunity to provide input on that particular matter. For land use decisions, for liquor licenses, it gives people that opportunity to come and participate. There must be a hearing, and we'll talk more about what the hearing requires. And that hearing is really the time for you as judges to take in evidence, hear information related to that particular application, to then deliberate and to render a decision. And lastly, the due process requirements require that the decision is made by fair and impartial decision makers. And really what fair and impartial decision makers means is that you've come to the hearing without having made up your mind. So you're going to participate in the hearing process, listen to the evidence, and issue a decision based on what you heard in the hearing. Also includes what you've read in the packet, information that's provided to you in advance. So any questions about those due process requirements before I get on to specifically the hearing? Okay. So again, like I said, a fair hearing is critical to reaching a good decision and ultimately defending it. Generally, if your decision is going to be challenged, and there is an opportunity to challenge your decisions. If you issue a decision on a quasi-judicial matter, somebody can file an appeal, which is called a 106 appeal, and that would be filed to the district court in Summit County. If someone files a 106 case in the Summit County District Court, you're hearing what happens here is really going to be what the judge is reviewing. The judge is not going to retry the case. Rather, they're going to look at what you did as a town council, and did you follow the law? Did you provide due process? And did you follow your rules, the criteria? So they're going to the judge would look at the procedure that was used, evidence that was considered, and the reasons for your decision. So the conduct of the hearing, again, is important. Here's an overview of how the hearing happens. Oftentimes, the mayor will have a script to proceed through that process, and the script will help make sure that you keep in mind and stay on the steps for the process. So you open the meeting, discuss what the process is going to be for that hearing, and that allows the public to also know what's going to happen. Here are the steps that we're going to take to decide this issue. The staff presents on the application. After the staff presents, then you're asking staff questions on what the staff's presentation was. What's important here at this point is that you're really asking only clarifying type questions related to the criteria, and you're not making any opinions. No opinion statements here. And the reason that's important is going back to a fair and impartial decision maker. If staff is only presented on the application and you haven't heard from the public or the applicants, you really shouldn't have formed any opinions at that time, because you need to hear the rest of the evidence. You know, you might be leaning towards a certain direction, but expressing opinions can show that you've already made up your mind. Next, the applicant has an opportunity to present. You can ask the applicant questions here. You also then want to allow for public comment. And then you can allow for the applicant to rebut any public comment. Again, council can ask questions of the applicant or the staff related to what's been shared in public comments. So what is the evidence that you're looking at when you're making your decision? It's really the staff reports, the presentation, any applicant materials, and public comments. And it's information that's relevant to what the criteria is. One of the things that I think we may have touched on is what is not evidence, or what shouldn't be evidence, and that's information that you research on your own. You know, say you do a Google search before the hearing on a particular issue. If that information hasn't come in to the hearing, you can't consider that in reaching your decision. Again, because a judge in reviewing the case wouldn't know that that information was available. So you want to make sure that everything comes out in your public hearing setting. So questions to ask in the public hearing process of staff, of the applicant. You want to ask questions to learn more information, clear up any confusion, ask questions tailored to the criteria that is to be used to judge the application. The criteria will always be set forth in the staff report. So if the criteria is on a liquor license, that's going to be in the staff report. If the criteria is on a land use decision, your community development director, your planner will put that in your staff report as well. And also maybe take some time and ask questions to understand how the speaker is affected or impacted by that particular application. So last steps are closing the public hearing. After the public hearing is closed, that's really the time that you're marking that no more evidence is to be considered. Then you have your deliberations. That's, again, no more evidence, but what are the facts that have been provided, and how do those facts then lend to the criteria. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about deliberation process here. So again, decision must be based on the evidence as applied to the criteria. So these deliberations matter. Once you've heard the staff and applicant presentations, heard public comments, asked your questions, that's when you deliberate. The deliberations are discussions of the evidence and the criteria. You formulate the basis for your decision. So this is where you as council members will say, I heard testimony that the neighbor of the property owner was concerned about the odor that would be caused by the particular use that they wanted to, say they wanted to put a agricultural use on their property. I'm just coming with an example off the fly. And the neighbor says that they're impacted by that and that they're concerned about the odor. Likely you're going to have a criteria that is, what are the impacts on adjacent property owners of a particular use? So when you're deliberating, then you can tie that evidence that you heard related to that criteria. That I have concerns about this change in use on the property from a business use to agriculture because of the testimony that I heard from the public that it would affect the neighboring property owners, the odor would impact them. That's an example of talking about evidence related to the criteria. And this is important, again, because this is how you as a council reach your decision. You all need to get to a majority opinion in deciding whether to approve the application, to grant a change of use, issue a permit. So this is how you get to that majority opinion. It's also how the applicant and the public understand what your decision making is and how you're getting to the decision. And lastly, this is how a reviewing court understands how your decision was made. So in other words, if the reviewing court is taking a look at your decision, they need to make sure that that the decision is based, again, on the criteria and on the evidence, and no other factors. So I keep going back to the criteria. One of the criteria is not whether or not you personally like or dislike an application. That's not going to be one of your criteria. So again, focusing on the key issues, focusing on decision making, not your criteria, not your opinion, and discussing the evidence. One of the things that I've heard that's a good practice is the rule of why. Asking questions as to why somebody has a certain opinion. So in other words, say one of you says, we've heard a lot of different opinions on this application, this permit. I just want to say that I'm adamantly opposed and I'm going to be voting no. Say that's an example of how a deliberation starts. And so then a good next step would be, well, why? Why are you voting no? And then the response again, is, well, I'm voting no because it doesn't meet our standards. Again, ask why. Why does it not meet the standards? And getting to the point of what is, again, what is that criteria, what is the evidence based on the criteria? So getting that person to say, well, I think that what I've heard is that this project is going to be 35 feet, but our height restriction is 30, so that's why I'm going to be voting no. So getting, again, tying the evidence to the criteria.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
It sounds like that you need to explain to the judge later if it's called back up as to why. So you can't just say yes, no.
Correct. Yeah, you
You
need.
have to, does everybody have to explain why they voted? I think that's the question.
So here's my next slide. So it's a good idea for you all to give your thoughts. I mean, one, how do you know what the other council members are going to decide or which way they would vote if you don't all talk about it, if you don't go through the process? Some applications might be very straightforward, and it might be clear that the applicant has met all of the criteria based on the staff reports. There's nobody that comes and provides opposing comments. Those applications are pretty easy, but still it would be that based on what information the staff has provided in the staff report, I see that all of the criteria has been met, and for that reason I want to approve the application. That would be an example of what one council member would say. I think what's really going to be important is if you're going to deny something, what are the reasons that you're denying it? What criteria hasn't been met? What if there is no evidence to establish a criteria? That's really important to talk through as a council. So if you're going to vote no, I would always recommend that you explain why you are voting no and what is the reasoning for it. Where is the criteria? What check mark has not been checked? What checkbox? So with these types of decisions, we will have a resolution for approval. Typically, you might have both a resolution for approval and denial in your packet. Probably not denial, but a resolution for approval. And that resolution should have an explanation of why the decision is being reached, you know, why you're approving it.
And is that an explanation that we need to decide as a group at that point in time?
So again, on straightforward applications, it can be, the resolution will say something like, well, based on the staff report, based on the evidence at the hearing, the applicant has met all of the criteria.
Well, that seems simple if it's going to be approval. If it's going to be disapproval, is that where the council might have to actually develop the editorial commentary to explain that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And what will happen in those cases is we'll come back for a second meeting where you will then approve a resolution denying an application, denying a land use permit, and I will draft the resolution based on what you all say in your deliberation.
Thank you.
So that, again, is helpful, that those deliberations are helpful in order to form that final document that you're going to approve. So that's the last point here on the slide, is that we'll then have another meeting, typically for approval of those types of resolutions. So that's really the hearing process. I know it's hard to go through it in kind of an educational setting. You're going to learn a lot once you do it in practice. But I'm happy to answer any questions. I do want to remind you too that the ex parte rule does apply to quasi-judicial. And so ex parte rule means not talking to people about applications, about submittals once they're submitted. And that's again because you want to be fair and impartial and only make your decision based on the evidence that's presented at the town council meeting. Anybody have any questions?
Any questions?
Good.
Well, thank you. We'll have our first quasi-judicial item later in the council meeting. I believe it's scheduled to start at 7 p.m. So that was a timely presentation. Next item on the agenda is the revised bylaws. And discussion of the revised bylaws. With that, I'll open it for discussion. Any comments or discussion by any council members? Councilmember Thisted.
Sorry to be inflammatory, I feel like it's becoming my job. But the changes to the bylaws seem in conflict with the charter in print and intent. As somebody who sat on the charter commission, I want to remind people what the charter says. Section 3.1, the regular town council meeting section, says the town council shall meet regularly at least once each month at a day and hour and place to be fixed by the procedures and rules of order of each town council adopted by resolution. The intent is that the town council will conduct in-person meetings and the circumstances necessitating another form of meeting then shall be determined. And what I want to say is, it seems like these bylaws are in conflict with what's written, and I'm wondering if we need to move to amend the home rule charter, which it's my understanding in order to do that, we would need to either have somebody file a petition or create an ordinance adopted by the town council that then would be put to a vote of our constituents. The intent of the circumstances and necessitation of another form of meeting was thoroughly discussed by the Charter Commission. It related to situations like COVID or other unforeseen obstacles to in-person meetings, and the topic of virtual meeting was expressly discussed. And that is one of the reasons we stated in person, and there was a distinction between virtual and in-person, and they were not one and the same in the charter formation.
Can you clarify specifically which portions of the draft you believe are in violation of the current charter?
Yes. I am citing the red line portion that states that members of the town
Which
council.
paragraph?
What paragraph is that? Is it paragraph 2? I can't see it because it seems to be struck out on my version. I believe it's under section 2.8, town council attendance and absences, and then subsection number I2, the circumstances surrounding the excused. And the revision states that members of the town council are permitted 3 excused absences as a result of electronic participation in a town council meeting.
28C1II says the reason for the absence is due to circumstances that were unforeseeable or unavoidable, such as but not limited to emergency, illness, or last-minute familiar obligations. An excuse shall not be granted, etc.
So, well, just to clarify, for information, it would not be granted for arbitrary decisions to be gone and attend remotely.
So that's paragraph 2C1,
Okay.
II. specifically excludes vacations. Are you talking about the new paragraph 2.8 of 3, which talks about members of town council are permitted 3?
Yes. And I guess mine doesn't clearly say 3 because it's struck out, so it's hard to read. But yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Right. So what verbiage would you suggest instead for 3 that would perhaps bring it back into what you believe is compliance with the charter?
I guess I could potentially rescind my position if this is not a blanket adoption of a policy that would allow 3 virtual attendance in place of in-person attendance without good cause.
So what I'm wrestling with is, I believe we are charged to come up with bylaws that are in compliance with the charter. It's not our position to, at this point, go out and change the charter. We don't have that latitude. So I was looking for some specific wording. Does it sound like, then, you would recommend just deletion of paragraph 3.
Potentially, yes.
Councilmember Davis.
I think some of the problem may be, it's really hard to tell what the red line actually says. I think I'd be comfortable with it if you put all of these things together and you said you can have 3 excused absences due to illness or something extraordinary. I think it's a little hard to tell what's struck and what's not struck. I'm sorry.
We had a draft that had a clean version, I believe, didn't we?
I was looking for that and couldn't find it.
It was the second document, correct?
I went back and forth, so.
All right.
If somebody could explain exactly, I'm not even on. I think what this means would
I
be.
guess I would suggest 2 questions to our council. Number 1, I know that she helped draft a lot of this with the understanding of what the charter said. Is this in violation of that? But then number 2, in layman's words, like was mentioned earlier, does this say that they can have 3 excused absences, but only if they're sick or illness, not vacations? I mean, that's what this says. Is that what this says?
Councilmember Cormet.
I appreciate your question, because that's how I was reading as well. As it seemed to have struck the option for excused absences to be granted for vacation. Like, well, do we not get to take vacations anymore, or what? And so what does it actually say?
Paragraph 2.8C12 says that vacations are not excused absences. In other words, that's what 2.8C12 says. If you take a vacation and it's a council meeting, that's not considered an excused absence.
And then what happens? If you have, so you have unexcused absences, and once you have 3 of those, then the council potentially could ask you to censure or
take other action, or serious action, yes, and that's in accordance with the charter. Councilmember Thiston.
I would refer back to Dan, because his question, and I would really like to understand the intent of how the red lines were written and what exactly it's proposing, because it's clearly above my pay grade with all the subparagraphs, being able to follow it.
Council?
Okay, so the first red line deletes vacations. Let me get to this. I was just looking at the charter, going back to the bylaws here. The first red line deletes vacations from excused absence. So if somebody is absent due to a vacation, then that is an unexcused absence. And again, it would count as one. There's a limit of 3 unexcused absences. The second part of the change relates to the discussion that was had at the last meeting. And this was language that was proposed by the mayor. And let me get to this again. Sorry. So that the way I read this is that members of town council are permitted 3 excused absences if you participate electronically. So you have your 3 unexcused, and then you could have on top of that 3 excused absences if you participate electronically. But if one of the reasons that you're absent is because you're sick, or there's unforeseeable or avoidable circumstances, those reasons are not counted toward that 3 limitation. So essentially you have your 3 unexcused, and then if you're participating electronically, you would be allowed 3 meetings that you could participate electronically, and those would be excused, and so they wouldn't count as unexcused.
It's confusing.
Yeah. I took the language, so I think what you all need to decide, instead of looking at what the language means, what do you want to be in your bylaws? What do you want to be in your bylaws?
Oh, Councilmember Permit.
I guess I'm confused as to what we're truly trying to accomplish here by striking, making any vacation absence unexcused, considering we've been running at a high pace and that doesn't seem to be abating. We're having 3 meetings a month, many months with special meetings. So, you know, if we are saying that you can't take a vacation without an excused absence, it'd be real easy to run through those real quick. You're only going to have 3. And then it looks like there's an option to, while you're on vacation, spend 6 or 8 hours on a Zoom call, and that makes it excused. Not sure that's really the best thing to do either.
Councilmember Sullivan.
I just, let me try to describe what I think this says. That first, if you're unexcused on a vacation, that goes against the 3 that you could be potentially kicked off council. That has nothing to do with if you even dialed in, zoomed in on vacation. That's still unexcused, correct?
Madam Attorney.
I think there's some ambiguity. So I really think that the best thing to do is to talk about what you can agree to as a council for your policy related to your excused absences. We know you can't have more than 3 unexcused, otherwise there will be potentially other steps taken. So how do you want to excuse absence? What's excused absence? And how does electronic participation fit within that?
Perhaps a way to address it would be to first tackle the question of excused, unexcused, and really the question revolves around vacations. Should vacations be excused absences or not? Councilmember Kerr.
I think it's actually bigger than that, because we've equated electronic participation with excusal. As someone who's done it a few times, I assure you, I was fully participating, fully prepared, and did not consider that as something that should be dismissed. I think what we are really looking for, thanks to Councilwoman Fisk's initial proposal, is to make sure that people don't take advantage and have repetitious incidents of remote participation and not respect the fact that the goal is to be in person. Is that a true statement?
I'm going to lean into being a purist on the charter and saying that I would hesitate to take creative latitudes with interpreting the charter when it's very clear that it says attendance at town council meetings should be in person. And that I think more the question is we need to define the circumstance that necessitate another form of meeting, and whether or not, I'll leave it at that. What circumstances necessitate another form of meeting? I believe that if we're going to get very creative with the interpretation of this and lean into allowing virtual attendance, we are in direct violation of the charter and the intent that the charter was written, which was to require people to attend in person. Now, I understand that there are other circumstances where somebody might have an illness or a job or something along those lines, and that might in fact necessitate another form of meeting and approval. But I do not think somebody's desire to take a vacation or take a day off and stay at home in their slippers necessitates other circumstances, aka virtual. We were very specific in our discussion in the charter that virtual was not in-person attendance.
Councilmember Davis.
During our last discussion about this, we discussed the fact that none of us knew whether we would be elected or not. And there were people who had vacations already planned. If I'm reading this correctly, this is effective January 1st of 2025. And we have 2 weeks between meetings, sometimes 3 weeks between meetings if it's a five, if it is a monthly 5 Tuesdays in it. And I think this was an effort to give people a chance to have their planned vacations, but also to respect our citizens that elected us by sitting here in the room. And while virtual is an option that a lot of people use, I'm not hearing great things about our ability, about the ability from those that are not on camera, not in the room, to really see and hear well. And I think the effort is for us to plan to be here. And I don't want to be here if I'm sick, and I don't want you here if you're sick, so I'm very comfortable with those being excused absences.
Councilmember Cormier?
First, I fully believe and understand from discussions with the people who were on the charter committee that the biggest intent of the in-person requirement was to prevent what we might refer to as a Trojan horse, where someone simply switched their residency, got elected, didn't actually live here, then proceeded to not be here much of the time, abusing the system, but slipping in under the rules. That should not be allowed, and guardrails should be in place around that. We have to respect each other. That being said, in general, my philosophy is, being someone who works multiple jobs full-time and went through COVID doing that, it is completely possible to have a working technology system that allows full telepresence and participation in meetings, because I live that and I know it works if you do it right. Now, it takes some practice and some management and improvement of your system. Now, there's two problems. One would be that we do have folks online who are having audio quality issues. We don't know which end that's on, and we can certainly endeavor to fix it on our end, and we should, because we want them to have access. This is a separate issue from whether people on this council can participate remotely. And there's a separate question, if you want to get into absences, on if you're not here physically, are you still allowed to participate, if you're going to count it as an unexcused absence? And then the last point, I want to refer to Councilmember Davis, and I mean no disrespect, but when a lot of us were recruited to this, there was a lot of discussion around flexibility, and going with established vacations that you might have had before you were elected. It's a lot easier for people who do not have full-time jobs, multiple other jobs that they have to plan vacations around, to plan all of their vacations around town council. For people who work 50-plus hours a week in 3 other jobs, having this additional job with its own requirements can make things difficult. So if we remove the idea that you can have any excused absence for a vacation, and I don't think that I'm abusing the system personally, and I would hate to see someone who did, but it strikes me that we're trying to solve a problem that has not yet presented itself here with this revision. But we could be creating a new problem with our solution.
Comments or thoughts?
Well, I was just
Councilmember Sullivan.
try to summarize. Right now, I believe what is in here is that a vacation is an unexcused absence, but you can participate, but you get no value for that. You get a visit in, but you can participate on vacation. Excused absences are just excused absences. They don't count for anything because somebody could be ill multiple times. There's no quantity or anything associated with that, except for quasi-judicial. That's the only one that I think we all agree with, that you have to be in person to participate in a quasi-judicial exercise. So the real issue to me is vacation excused or not? And if it is not excused, what is the reasonable quantity of times you can miss with for vacation or for anything that's unexcused, which would include vacations? Is that 3? Is 4 sufficient? I think that's where we are. I may be wrong.
Attorney.
Mayor, I just wanted to clarify something that I had said earlier, and that is that I said there were 3 unexcused absences that are allowed. It's actually 2 that are permitted. So the charter says, and the bylaws also say 3 or more unexcused absences by a member of town council in any one calendar year shall constitute grounds for sanctions or removal.
Does that mean that the council has to take sanctions grounds?
I mean, it says shall constitute grounds for sanctions. So again, what does sanctions mean? It can mean a variety of different things, depending on the circumstances, but shall means yes, the council has to take action.
Council, let me give anyone else comments or Councilmember comment.
One other thing to add there is we have had these special meetings that have come up, and those are mandatory attendance. So we have, while sometimes you do have 2 or 3 weeks between meetings, usually 2, we've had times where it's been 3 weeks in a row, 3 meetings. And if you had a scheduled vacation, cool, now you're off the council. So I think if you're going to go around and revise the bylaws to remove vacations as an excusable absence, then you had best consider how many unexcused absences and choose a number larger than 2.
Councilmember Kerr, then Councilmember Thiskin.
So there's a difference between looking at theory. I mean, you said this a few minutes ago, Counselor, when you said we can educate ourselves about how to do a quasi-judicial meeting, but then devil's in the details when you actually experience it. It'll feel different. And I think that's going to be true for an absolute policy as well. And that's the part about this that concerns me. So I will go out and share some details. I anticipate 2 once-in-a-lifetime family events in the next year. And I'm planning a vacation that I would like to have planned around this, but because of the itinerary, that wasn't an option. So that's 3 excused absences accounted for. Well, I would ask for excusal. And I would participate. I'm assuming my son's not going to get married on a Tuesday afternoon. And so I would participate. I have thought that was a full participation. But if I then injure myself on the ski slope, which I certainly hope not to do, then I start working on unexcused. And I'm very concerned about the absoluteness of illness, injury, family obligations that are, and the way it's worded is, has to be unforeseen. I can foresee that my son's going to get married, but I can't tell you yet when it is. And I'm not going to tell him he needs to plan among all the thousands of things he's trying to figure out, his job, her job, etc., that he should plan it around our council meetings. So I would like to point out that in the electronic policy that the councilor has proposed to us, there is a proposal in that the town council can vote in the situation where someone on the council is making repetitious use of electronic participation that's not tied to special events, that we have the opportunity to call them on it and take some action. Is that accurate? Is that what you intended in that? I'm not sure why that policy is separate from the bylaws, but it seems to address the concerns about taking advantage of electronic participation as opposed to using electronic participation for special purposes.
So the draft of the electronic participation is a draft that my office has prepared for other communities. So it's really a starting point for the discussion.
Sure.
So that's what another community decided was their way of allowing for electronic participation in that particular community. Again, these are your rules and your policies, and you can decide how you want to implement these in Keystone. There are some legal guidelines that I have recommended that you follow, and one of those legal guidelines is quasi-judicial participation when you're remote, when you're electronic. That my recommendation is that you're not allowed to participate in quasi-judicial decisions. Most everything else then is going to be what you as a town council want to do on how do you want to run your town council? What rules do you want to have in place for each other and for future councils? Because these are going to be the rules that are in place until they're changed.
Understand. So I know you're proposing that, but I'm asking the council to consider the fact that that is another way to limit people taking advantage of electronic participation, as opposed to using electronic participation for very special and authorized ahead of time incidents.
Councilmember Thisted.
I'm going to refrain from responding to that before I've had a chance to take it all in. I do want to respond to the comments that have been brought up about vacation. I feel like we need to increase the excused vacation. I also feel like it needs to be reasonable. I also believe we need to take into consideration the school calendar and national holidays. And I spoke with Frisco and I spoke with Breckenridge town council members about how they do it, and they have, one is very liberal in terms of virtual, which I'm not going to discuss right now, but in terms of vacation, they do look ahead. The town clerk and the town manager looks ahead at the school calendar and at national holidays and tries to adjust the calendars accordingly. And given the fact that we are presumably going to have residents from this community who may or may not have children in the school system, I think it's appropriate that we work into vacation approvals, like excused absences, the school calendar, and national holidays. I do think we need to loosen up a little bit on that, but I'm not sure I'm yielding on in person unless we want to go back to a vote of our constituents.
Councilmember Sullivan.
I'm just trying to come up with a solution that works. So if we had 3 unexcused when it's just literally unexcused, it could be they don't show up. And then we get 3 more that are unexcused if you join through Zoom. So it's, what I'm saying is 6, potentially 6 events where you can be gone before there's any kind of issue. And that's, I'm trying to make this.
5.
Well, it's only 3.
But the charter says 2, so we can't be creative with
Is it the
interpreting.
charter?
Yes.
That's the 2 for
The charter says to?
The charter says if you have 3 or more unexcused, then there's an issue. So you're allowed 2 unexcused under the charter.
I think John.
So let me, Ed, since I recognize myself right now, I think the intent of the charter and the unexcused is the scheduling issue, more so for scheduled meetings, more so than the unscheduled, what I'll call the ad hoc meetings. We have 2 scheduled meetings a month. That's what I believe the overall intent was, to attend those. Those should be attended in person, and I believe it would be reasonable to allow, not count as an unexcused absence someone's ability to attend a council meeting that was other than those 2. In other words, that should not be counted as an unexcused absence, I don't believe. But the 2 primary meetings a month that are scheduled via our resolution would be subject to the limit of 2. Council, town manager.
Can I make a recommendation? Even without special meetings, 2-week vacation could burn up your 2 unexcused absences. We do have a section where the presiding officer may excuse an absence. I think we should take vacations out of the shall section and maybe put a paragraph in there where presiding officer, upon ratification of the council, may excuse an absence for vacation or other reason as the officer sees fit. That way, if there's an abuse of vacations or absences, the board can say, there's just no more excuses here. You can't schedule vacation every month during a meeting. But it also, it puts it in your hand on a case-by-case basis rather than a drop-dead rule in the bylaws.
That works.
In other words, you're going to put it on me.
Yeah.
Put you in the middle.
Well, no, I did say upon ratification.
No, I'm just saying, put it on me to make that first determination,
Right.
to then bring it to the council.
Well, it always is on the presiding officer anyways.
It's fine, you can do it.
That's why I get the big dollars. Councilmember Parmet?
It seems to me like the judgment thus far has been reasonable and there hasn't been abuse, so why not take the town manager's suggestion to continue that? Because if we set up a system, otherwise, as he points out, you take 2 vacations a year and you're in the danger zone, and an expectation that you have to, on your vacation, spend 6 or 8 hours on Zoom. Well, I was in Scotland at the last meeting, so at 11 p.m. local time to about 5 or 6 a.m. local time, that's kind of rough, right? So I think leaning on the presiding officer's judgment is pretty good along with the council. If there's an abuse, then we bring it back up as a group.
Councilmember Thisted?
But I still think we need to distinguish between excused absences, which I agree with our town manager's recommendation, and what necessitates another form of meeting, which would possibly extend excusing absences in the form of virtual meetings, which are explicitly referenced in the charter, and the intent is in person. So I would not be in support of double dipping on allowing extending vacation approval to then also including additional approval for virtual attendance. I think we need to really define what that means.
Councilmember Kerr?
Perhaps what we do is distinguish electronic participation from excusals. I think everything here seems to suggest that we all agree that in-person is way sooner. We all agree that we don't necessarily want a hard and fast absolute number when there could be personal circumstances that we have already shown that we trust the mayor to make. Separately, anybody could choose to electronically participate on either excused or unexcused. What do you think of that?
Interesting, but then we have to distinguish between somebody who is unexcused and their ability to vote if they're tuning in virtually.
Agree, if it's unexcused. Yes. But if it's an excused absence, the individual, I would not want to give up my ability to tour Scotland because I've been up all night long. But there are the few times I've gone to help my family, I was willing to step aside and participate. And I think that is to everybody's benefit. There's a reason there are 7 members of the council, so that we have different perspectives and we look to each other to add those perspectives and help us widen and deepen the thought process when we make decisions. So if someone is excused, a separate question would be whether that individual chooses and is situationally able to participate virtually. Yeah. And make it up to the individual to decide.
Councilmember Parmet?
Is there anything in the charter that specifically prevents people from voting in that situation, barring the quasi-judicial issue?
I don't think so.
There isn't.
And I think we had agreed when this first came up maybe we didn't vote on it, but we were all leaning toward your recommendation to not vote for a in a quasi-judicial situation. You made a good argument there. Is anybody disagree with that?
Councilmember Dave Sullivan.
Certainly not arguing for quasi-judicial, but if somebody is unexcused, but they still want to participate, I would think they could vote. I mean, that's a new issue, but I would say broader participation in the council is paramount. So I think, do we have a building consensus on this? Is there a consensus yet?
I'm not sure we have a consensus yet. Councilmember Davis.
You know, one of the issues, and I keep bringing it up, is whatever we've got up there is not good yet, so that needs to be improved. And I think that's a big issue. And I think that when we sit here with 4 people of the 7 attending, which is what happened in the room, and I'm going to give Councilmember Kerr was on, but what people are seeing is 4 people in the room, and I think that's a message to our constituents we need to think about, the visual.
Councilmember Hagenow.
Thank you. Respectfully to Councilmember Davis, I don't think technology is the issue. I think the issue is the desires of the council to align with the charter. If we choose that rural participation is acceptable, we can make the proper investments in technology that supports that.
That's what I'm asking.
I do agree that currently we don't have that technology, but based on the conversation and what the outcome is, that decision to invest or not needs to be taken. I will say my understanding based on the charter that Councilmember Thistet read was that 1 meeting was the original intent of the charter per month. So I think that we should also take that into consideration when we are beyond 1 meeting almost every single month, sometimes triple that. And by no means am I saying that I think we should have fully remote participation, because I did tune into that meeting where there's 4 people sitting there and it did look very interesting. But I think we should go back to the intent of the charter, try to align with that, and then go to where we can actually make some decisions and implement some change that allows us to live our lives while meeting that mission.
I guess I'll disagree with you on the intent of the charter or meetings. That was the minimum number of meetings that we could have a month. I don't think there was the intent there to say we would have 1 meeting a month, but that was the minimum number of meetings a month that we could have according to the charter. So I think that's a difference. I don't think intent was in that number. Councilmember Parmet.
Just one, I think when there were 4 in the room, it's because we were down 1, right? We were still down 7 at that point. And then, so then 2 were out.
We've had 2 absences in a month in a meeting before.
So last time, it was remote, you were absent.
Yeah, and
Everybody online can see
okay.
my image.
Thank you for that clarification.
I'd like to also propose that we might want to relook the owl. It was purchased because it has the ability to rotate and look directly at the individual who is speaking. We have chosen not to use that option. And perhaps now that the audio technology has been improved, we might want to relook that. And if that's not the answer, there are other technologies that could be available to us.
And finishing my comment, I totally hear the mayor that 1 isn't the, 1 might not be the number of meetings that we have for a bit, but I think a lot of other councils out there reach that point, and we might have that as our goal to reach 1. At least I hope that we end up with a lower frequency in the future as we get our business taken care of.
I don't think there's any council in Summit County that meets less, unless it may be Blue River. Blue River meets one, Silverthorne, Frisco, Breckenridge, Dillon all have two. So, all right, I guess I'm looking for what kind of guidance we can give to our attorney for drafting, because I don't think we've come close to consensus. And I'm looking for someone to give a Mr. Town Manager.
I just kind of want to summarize where I perceive the council to be right now. You solved the issue of excused, unexcused absences. Right now, the sole question is, outside of our next discussion on remote participation in emergency or unique situations, to what extent do you want to allow people to participate remotely? Now, and given that someone who is not here will either be one of their 2 unexcused absences, or will have to, for all intents and purposes, be considered by the board for an excuse for that participation. So the question boils down to what extent we want people to participate remotely. It won't turn into a situation where they're allowed to participate remotely at a meeting.
Could you please summarize what you believe our consensus is on excused and excused absences?
Yes, I believe your consensus is you have 2 unexcused absences. There are some absences that are automatically excused, illness, emergency, basically illness or emergency. And the presiding officer may excuse for vacation or other valid reason with ratification of the council. Any
That's correct.
issues like that. That's what my understanding is.
So that's basically what we have now.
Yes.
No, right now you shall excuse.
No, from the existing bylaws that existed before these were written. That's basically what we are doing today.
Now, I believe vacations shall be
Vacations
excused.
are not mentioned. You're looking at the draft that's a change from the previous draft. I'm referring to the existing bylaws that really exist.
Okay, so I'm incorrect.
Let's go back.
Yeah, I was looking at the draft where vacations were struck
Yeah.
out.
Some council member Hagan, council member Sullivan.
Yeah, but the one item that you talked about, my view is whether it's excused or unexcused, we would help the council person would participate via Zoom and be included in any other vote, except for quasi-judicial. So they would be encouraged. That's what I would go.
Council member Davis.
As long as we're talking about all of this, I want to go back to something Councilmember Fisk mentioned. It'd be really helpful to have a calendar for the year, looking at holidays and perhaps school vacations. I think that might help us all, and if we have flexibility. I'm not, it doesn't go in the bylaws, but I think a calendar would be very helpful.
Councilmember Hagan.
Thank you. Would it be worth considering distinguishing between meeting types? There are meetings that could be mandatory that are added later on after a calendar would be created. Would it be worth looking at, and I'm just spitballing it here, but creating a calendar January 1st and those meetings are mandatory and would not be excused. And then if meetings are added after the fact, that those would have different excusal guidelines.
He's got good. We'll be talking about this for a long time.
I'm looking for other comments, council member listed, and then council member.
Again, I'm not uncomfortable having excused absences. I'm uncomfortable not defining a reasonable limit for excused absences and/or connecting the ability to virtually attend without limitation. Because again, the charter says in-person attendance unless specific circumstances necessitate another form of meeting. And during the charter formation, that was specifically in reference to COVID or other emergency situations that prevented council members from appearing in person at the town hall. So I feel like there are some things that are still dangling out there that are not being defined, and I'm uncomfortable not putting some guardrails on. I mean, poor Ken having to decide whether somebody has been abusing vacations and just have unlimited approval of vacations versus having to be the bad guy in situations. I don't know if that's an appropriate burden to put on Ken. I think we need to have some better guardrails and definitely be more specific in relation to virtual attendance.
Councilmember Cormet.
2 points. One, I think there's the consensus that the virtual attendance doesn't make an absence excused. I think that's what we agreed on, so that should abrogate that concern. And then I agree with having some sort of guardrail, but it's tough. Like say someone becomes very ill, right? If you say we can only have 4 excused absences before, well, okay, does that mean when someone's in the ICU for a month? I mean, I think at some point we have to trust the judgment of our leading officer to then kick it back to the council if he's uncomfortable approving something, or to have the council bring it up to our presiding officer if the council becomes uncomfortable with the way things are going. But we're trying to really, really parse a problem that hasn't presented, and that's very hard to do.
I believe there was consensus that sick, illness, those sort of things would automatically be excused. So I don't think that was ever in discussion for making it an unexcused absence. The real question is the excused, the number of excused, and I would, as a presiding officer, I would like to see some sort of guardrail for me as criteria, so I don't appear suddenly capricious. That would say I would have authority to approve, and the issue really, frankly, revolves around vacations or other family obligations, that the presiding officer for an individual has the authority to approve with valid reasons X number of absences and subject to review of the council. But I would like to see some limits so that when Councilmember Davis decides to take her 4-month vacation,
Excuse me,
understand that I don't look at that and say, well, gee, you know, that's 8 meetings, but over the year, Councilmember Hagenow decided that he has 12 days a year that he wants to be skiing in each month, or 12 months, oh, he wants to ski every day, once a month. And those just happen to be on Tuesdays. And that's 12. Where do I draw the line of what is valid? So that's, I'm just looking for some guardrails and guidance for myself, because right now I don't feel I have it. Councilmember Kerr.
I do want to bring attention to the line in what our counselor has said is just a proposal, one of many proposals. It's in the electronic participation document that follows the bylaws. And it says the town council may, by majority vote of the quorum present, declare a member's repeated use of electronic participation excessive and deny a member of the town council's privilege for specific meeting or meetings or whatever, if we think that there is a limit of some sort. But that is, there's always going to be a little bit of subjectivity here. And perhaps another option would be for you to throw it to the council when you're uncertain.
Today we throw everything to the council with the consent agenda. Council, Mr. Town Manager.
If I may, we've been on this issue for an hour and we were talking about school. And I know your teachers are pretty, if any of you are school aged, are pretty nasty with homework. And we have a nicotine group here.
Shall I? I would, it sounds like we still aren't there. Then I'll ask for information from my town attorney again. What would be the proper way to suspend discussion of this until the next meeting?
I think you can just move to, you can just say that we'll continue this discussion. It's not an action item. It's not anything that's been noticed. And so we can bring it back for the next work session.
Would that be satisfactory to the council members? And that's all to think about what we've heard today. All right. Then in that case, without objection, I'll suspend further discussion of this until the next work session. All right. With that, I'll turn it over to the town manager for introductions and apologize to the groups watching the messy state of us making sausage in municipal government.
Yes.
Should we go now?
There's talking. You left out from your choices?
That's the best one.
Oh, it's written down.
So I'd like to introduce Becky Selby. She's here with Amy Weinman from our next session.
Well, good evening to you all. I'm Amy Weinman. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Amy Weinman. I'm the Director of Summit County Public Health. We're so grateful to be presenting to you to get you all up to speed on the nicotine work that's been happening in our community, that's housed in our youth and family services. And, you know, this is all mostly related to the nicotine tax revenue that we do and are honored to be recipients of through a county-wide initiative to raise the price of nicotine products. But also, it also includes two other policies that were, in addition to the nicotine tax that was passed in 2019, countywide, the towns and the county came together and increased the age of purchase for nicotine products to age 21, as well as required retail licensing for those businesses that sold nicotine products. The catalyst for doing this was because we had exorbitant rates of vaping in our high school and among our youth And we'll get to the data later under Becky's presentation, but it was higher than the national average, the state average, and our regional average. And so since we have been able to pass this trifecta of proven policies that do decrease the initiation of use of products as well as decrease the use of products overall, we're happy to be presenting to you tonight on some of the outcomes so far of the use of these funds. But first, I just want to give some background on nicotine in general. You all were not a town back then when we went around initially to towns, and so it's important for you to understand a little bit about nicotine. You, of course, probably know a lot of this, but it's important to know what we already know. We know that nicotine is still the #1 cause of preventable deaths in the United States, killing over 480,000 per year. We know that nicotine is highly addictive, as addictive or more so than heroin or cocaine, and more difficult to quit than those products. We know that the use of nicotine products in any form by youth is unsafe, or by any person is unsafe, for that matter. Use during childhood and adolescence causes significant health issues, including an increase in the number and severity of respiratory illnesses, decreased physical fitness, and effects on long-term growth and function. But also, we know that it causes long-term lasting changes in the developing brain, which have negative implications for learning, memory, attention, behavior problems, and future addiction. Most importantly, we know that this initiation at this age is when addiction takes hold of a young brain, often lasting through adulthood. Among adults who have ever smoked daily in their lives, 87% of those adults started cigarette smoking before the age of 18, and 95% of them by the age of 21. So the importance and focus on not only our adults through this effort, but really focusing on our youth initiation is imperative in our community. What you will hear from my colleagues tonight, which include Becky from Youth and Family Services and members of our Youth Empowerment Society of Summit, James, Ureli, and Ivory, who will present their stories and what they continue to see among their peers and family in regards to nicotine use. You will hear from them tonight to talk about where we are now with our programming, what our rates are looking like right now. And what are the implications going to be for Summit County going forward? This is key for, I think, all of you to understand and remember as you hear the data and the stories shared tonight, is that though tobacco use has declined, which we're super glad for, that trifecta of policies implemented is proving in front of our eyes to be true, that we do see decreases in use. What's important to understand is that multiple factors continue to influence use and initiation. The industry's efforts to target youth continues to put our youth at risk and threaten the progress that we have made. Tobacco industry continues to reinvent itself to get new generations hooked on this deadly product, including more diverse flavored products, which are really popular among young users. Pouches of smokeless tobacco. The packaging is very targeting for youth. If you've ever been in a vaping shop, if you haven't, you should go and check it out. The variety of flavors that exist are mind-boggling. But we're also seeing them now being very effective in advertising on platforms such as social media, video games, which is called advergaming, and virtual reality platforms where there is unclear or absent regulations. It is for these reasons, despite the decreases that we have, that we must remain vigilant and have sustained public health support for monitoring and implementing of the evidence-based programs and strategies that we have been doing, as well as the media campaigns, so that we further reduce our potential use, not just on those youth
that are in our school system now, but for all upcoming youth that will be in our school system soon. And I'll turn it over to Becky. Thanks.
I do have a couple of handouts for you all just to reference if you'd like. There's only 6 of these. There's a ton of these. That's our strategic plan for the nicotine tax funding, and then also just the programs that we have been doing and data for 2023. But like Amy said, my name is Becky Peltier. I am a health promotion and prevention specialist for Summit County Youth and Family Services. You can go to the next slide, please. So I just kind of want to give a brief history about how all of these policies came about. So in 2017, the Healthy Kids Colorado survey, which is the survey that they do every other year in the middle school and high school in Summit County, it showed that 40.6% of Summit High School students had used a vape in the last 30 days. That rate was higher than the region in the state, and it was getting very, very prevalent within the schools, and the youth were really coming together to try and figure out, like, how do we curb this problem? How do we put a stop to it? So that's where the trifecta of policies came in that Amy talked about. Next slide, please. So the price increase, the tobacco retail license, and the legal sales increase is proven to decrease initiation of use. So the price increase is the policy with the strongest impact on reducing tobacco product use across all ages. The legal age increase, a report by the National Academy of Sciences projected that if the entire country enacted the Tobacco 21 legislation, there'd be a 25% drop in smoking. And then that tobacco retail license just provides that infrastructure for counties, cities, towns to monitor sales and provide a system of accountability. So that's how those 3 policies came in place. Next slide, please. So we had a group of people and youth who are very passionate about this and started to do a lot of education to the community, and that's when the policies were passed in 2019. So the increase in sales tax on cigarettes to $4 a pack, a 40% increase in sales tax for all nicotine products, and then an increase of 10% every year for 4 years. So we are now at an 80% sales tax on all nicotine products across all municipalities and unincorporated. And that stays at 80% forever. We increased the purchase age to 21. At the time, the state of Colorado was still at the state law was 18. So our community did that quicker. Colorado did pass the Tobacco 21 legislation in 2021. And then the local tobacco retail license was required. The really amazing thing about Summit County in general is we are the most covered county for tobacco control policies in the entire state of Colorado. And another really amazing thing that you all did was pass a tobacco retail license for the town of Keystone. So thank you for that, back in April. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to bring attention real quick to the tax ballot language. It really focuses on reducing teen vaping through education, improving the health of the citizens by lessening public health consequences that stem from the use of nicotine and tobacco, providing addiction prevention and intervention programs, things like cessation, treatment, etc., providing local enforcement of laws, rules, regulations, and then improving availability of affordable public health care. So this is what was passed. These are the primary activities that were earmarked in the ballot language. As we know, there's still a need for prevention programming as we have a lot of young people growing up in our community. And Big Tobacco continues to constantly change and evolve with marketing tactics and how they're marketing to youth with flavors and etc. So that just gives a little bit of perspective. Next slide, please. So just wanted to give you an overview of all the programs that are funded by the Part 1 nicotine tax funding. So my position manages the Part 1 funding in our STEP, which is our state tobacco grant. So we have the Summit Tobacco Coalition. This coalition has been around actually for many, many years. But we have representatives from every municipality, every organization that receives tax funding, local community organizations, community members, and we have youth that are involved as well. And that coalition really is the coalition that decides where this funding goes, how we use it, how we're implementing it. And you can also refer to the strategic plan, goals, and strategies that I passed around as well, and that's kind of our next 5-year plan of where this funding for part 1 is going to go. And we did a whole year-long process of this planning of the coalition that we did key leader focus groups, youth focus groups, etc. So with this funding so far, you can refer to your other sheet, and that just kind of gives stats. We do extensive evaluation on all of our Part 1 funding and programming, but we fund the Tobacco Coalition, Vape Take Back program. Vapes are hazardous waste. You cannot throw them in the trash. There's nowhere in the state of Colorado that can take vapes. So we have about 13 different vape disposal sites around the entire county where people can drop them rather than the trash. We contract with a company who ships them out of state. That's kind of how that works. We have 3 mass media campaigns. VapingSucks.org is our youth campaign. RealSummit.org is our adult campaign, and then we have a I Choose My Future, which is our anti-opioid campaign. All of these campaigns are local to our community, so they focus on Summit County youth who go to middle school, the high school, the peak school, about their stories of either using nicotine or how to live a healthier lifestyle. The other one is the adult perspective. It's the same concept. We make those into videos and then we push it out on all of social media. So when they're scrolling through their Snapchat, they're seeing their peers talking about why they quit using nicotine or how to live a healthier lifestyle. We have a lot of marketing, community outreach and education that we do, peer mentoring within the schools, lots of free community trainings. We provide grants for providers to get licensures or certifications to help with getting to the root cause of why people started using substances. Tobacco retailer compliance and education. You all do have about 4 retailers here. I get the pleasure of doing all the compliance for you right now, which is great. We do underage purchase compliance checks as well with all the municipalities, and that's all within Youth and Family Services. We also provide funding for Building Hope, the school district, and the care clinic. So through Building Hope, we provide funding for nicotine cessation scholarships. The HYPE program, which is for pro-social activities that are free for youth ages 12 to 18. And then the school district, we provide funding for like increased hours for the nurses and social workers so they can do a Catch My Breath, which is a vaping curriculum within 5th graders. They do it in 5th, 7th, and 9th grade. Teen Intervene is with the social workers, so motivational interviewing with youth who get caught with substances. And then the Summit Community Care Clinic provides health navigation, nicotine replacement therapy, electronic medical records interpretation, and providers and specialists. So again, there's a lot, and we're doing a lot of amazing work with this funding, and we have a 5-year plan that we're really focused on and working on, and you can read through that. So it's been really, really amazing. All of the community that's come together, organizations that have come together to implement all of this. Next slide, please. Since we've passed all of the policies, a really awesome thing is our county health rankings. In 2019, it shows that adult smoking use was at 15%. We have reduced that to 12% in 2024. Next slide. The Healthy Kids Colorado survey. So this is for Summit High School, Summit Middle School, Region 12, which is Summit, Eagle, Grand, Pitkin, and Jackson counties, and then the state, so you can kind of see where we're at. We were really high in 2017, like I said, above the national and state average. We've seen a very steady decline over these years since we've passed all these policies. And now we're at only 7.5% of Summit High School students who have used nicotine in the past 30 days. So that's really amazing, and we're lower than the state and region. Woohoo! Next slide. This is just interesting about, back one, please. Thank you. This is just interesting about perspective. Back in 2017, only 47.5% of youth thought that people who vaped had a moderate or great risk of harm. We're now at 87%, and we're higher than the state and the region. Next slide. And then just 2 more other pieces to note is on the left, the percentage of students who felt it would be sort of easy or very easy to get vapes if they wanted is at 49.4%, so almost 50% of youth think it's easy. We have done focus groups with them, and they tell us where they get them, and it is relatively easy. The other one on the right is among those underage students who tried to buy tobacco or vaping products in a store. The percentage who were not refused because of age is 81%. So that's just another thing why we're really trying to push compliance, education, all of that, because just the access of how we're getting nicotine. So we just wanted to give you all a brief overview of the history, what we're doing with the funding, and just thanking everyone for the support of the funding and just showing how much it's helping our youth. And we want to continue that work throughout over the next forever, I guess. So we have 3 youth who would just love to share their perspective with you all. So James Urelli and Avery. James, can you start?
Hello, my name is James Rivera. I'm a senior at the high school. I'm one of the youth leaders at YES, and I'm here to talk about nicotine, obviously, but specifically I want to talk about its use in schools. Ever since I was a freshman, vaping has been constant at school. You go into a bathroom, any of the bathrooms on campus, and you get hit with this blast of cotton candy, bubblegum, all these like different like candy flavors. You look around the classroom and you see these kids with just beet red eyes, just staring off into space. They don't pay attention in class, and if you're in a group project with them, they're essentially a mannequin. You'll be in class listening to the teacher, and it'll be the same kids every class who will get up and walk away and just, so I have to use the restroom, or just completely interrupting, like not only their own learning, but also the learning of the students around them. The problem isn't even just limited to when they're high. The dopamine receptors in the brain are permanently deafened with overuse of nicotine. This can cause similar symptoms to ADHD, such as worse impulse control, difficulty concentrating, increased anxiety, and difficulty remembering. I'm sure I don't need to tell you why difficulty concentrating and remembering are bad in schools. The nicotine tax is one of, if not the largest factor for the sharp decline of vaping at the high school. The nicotine tax goes towards several different prevention and mitigation programs. I've given talks at the elementary schools and middle schools through the Catch My Breath program, which was funded by the nicotine tax. These programs take advantage of something we've known about addiction since our start of studying it. Its greatest weakness is community. If you give anybody, a youth, adult, a choice between a substance or friends, a choice between a hit or a hit of a vape or a fun event, if you give them any choice between their addiction and their friends, they'll choose their friends. And the nicotine tax goes towards several things that help make fun events and help make it easier for these students to connect with others, to decrease the amount of vaping. I'd like to just thank you guys for your continued support of the nicotine tax and the preventative measures put in place by it.
Hi, my name is Urelli. I'm also a senior at the high school, and I want to talk about how nicotine has the ability to destroy relationships. I know it sounds dramatic, but it's real. And I've seen it happen twice, once in middle school and once in high school. I know it's hard to know what to say to someone when you find out that they're using such an addictive substance. And it's hard to see that person lose themselves in the substance. I had a family member that I looked up to, and he and I were really close. I was confused on why he suddenly but slowly became more agitated, more aggressive, and more angry. I wasn't sure why until I heard a commotion outside my room one day, and I thought it was just another one of his tantrums. He had been caught using his vape and was being confronted by his parents. It made me realize that his behavior was a side effect of the vape. His addiction was something that he cared about more than he did about his family, and it's the reason why me and him don't really talk anymore. I saw the situation again, but this time it was with a friend, and she and I were very close. In fact, I saw her as a sister. She told me that she started vaping, but I chose to ignore it because it's her life. Maybe if I said something to her, she would have stopped, but because I was more focused on trying to avoid her bringing it up, I didn't say anything. She became more dependent on it and started making more appearances over our FaceTimes, and she would leave class or our hangouts to go hit the vape in the bathroom. She struggled in classes and constantly seemed to have a hard time focusing on our conversations. She became easily annoyed with our whole friend group, and she was more attached to the vape than she was with her friends. She and I don't talk anymore for this reason. Vaping can have emotional and mental side effects, especially on youth. One thing I heard my old friend and my family members say is that it was better than smoking, but in reality they became 7 times more likely to start smoking. If I had known this information at the time, I might have been able to discourage them from continuing the use of vapes. I want to take the time to thank you for using the tax funding towards prevention, because it helps prevent others from destroying their personal relationships with their loved ones.
Hi, my name is Eden. I'm 16 years old, and this is my story. Last year, during my second semester, I faced a difficult situation when my 12-year-old sister was influenced by her friends to start vaping. I knew about it, but hesitated to tell my mom, fearing it would break her. Unfortunately, the issue worsened over time, and by the end of the school year, my sister and her friends were suspended for consuming marijuana infused with chocolate at school. This event was a turning point for our family. My mom realized she couldn't handle the situation on her own, and the clinic suggested therapy as part of the solution, along with building hope. Through this program, my sister received free therapy and learned healthier coping mechanisms. The program also helped us as a family understand the importance of addressing these issues earlier on, and now she attends peak school where she receives more structure, support, and discipline. I'm happy to say that she has made progress in letting go of her addiction and poor school performance, exposure to other drugs, and reckless behavior. I named those three because those are the ones I mainly noticed on my sister. She started skipping classes and becoming more aggressive. My mom noticed she paid less attention to her appearance when she loved presenting the best version of herself. This experience opened my eyes to see how quickly young kids, even as young as 12, are likely to try different substances. It also made me more aware of what was happening in my own high school environment. In my high school environment, I can say that all of my friends, including me, have tried it out of curiosity, knowing it wasn't the right choice. And it also made me realize how fortunate I was to have a support system and share it with my friends. I've encouraged them to look into these resources, and we have been attending some of the free movie events funded by the tax at the end of each month. By sharing my sister's journey and my own reflections, I hope to highlight the importance of early intervention and accessible support for youth dealing with addiction. That is why I'm thanking you for programs like Building Hope Scholarship. They make a real difference, and I believe we're critical in helping students like my sister and I make better choices.
Before you go on, could I just have a round of applause? Tremendous impact on schools.
Thank you. You can go to there's a couple more slides, but
I encourage you to check out makingflex.org, realsummit.org, and ichoosemyfuture.org just to get an idea of like our media campaigns. But again, thank you very much for your time, and thank you for letting the youth share their stories.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
I see our dinner is served out there. What we have left is predominantly the normal portion of the town council meeting. So I guess at this point, I would recommend the council begin adjourn for, let's adjourn for 30 minutes. Is that okay? Sure. With everyone, and then we'll convene in about 5 minutes to 7, do some preliminary things, and then go into the liquor license authority portion of the meeting. I think we should be able to get through the rest of the other stuff relatively quickly. So with that, we are in recess, not adjourned. Are we recording and online?
Yep.
All right. I will reconvene the town council meeting. The next item on the agenda is the discussion of town financials. I'll turn that over to the
Okay, there's not a whole lot to see here. I'll skim through a few things. We see, remember, this is a snapshot of town financials as of August 31st. So under sales tax receivable, that's $415,000. $415,309. $215,309 are our June sales tax. The other 200 is the last payment we received from the county on beginning of August. So at our last meeting, you approved repayment. That repayment is in the AP on the consent agenda, so we'll be clean with the county after this. Our July sales tax was, I believe, around $263,000, up like $8,000 over our projected numbers.
And that is flowing directly to us now.
And it is now flowing directly into our co trust account. So our total equity is around $1 million right now. Actually, a little above that. But at the end of August, it was $1,400,000, and $460,000 of that has since gone to the county. Highway users tax fund, tax revenue we'll figure out at the end of the year. It's kind of interesting. So highway users tax fund is determined based upon the road mileage on January 1st. And then there's a year delay. So we will not receive our full highway users tax fund directly from the state until the 2026 fiscal year. They'll still be paying it to the county, who's going to be paying it to us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yep. So we're still good there. The nicotine tax will come in when the other towns sign onto the IGA. We're working with the county on specific ownership tax and auto ownership tax, which they should be cutting us checks very soon on those. Fee revenue, as always, building permits are way below projected, but that's offset by an expenditure. When we had the building permit numbers, we were assuming we would take all the money and pay the county. Instead, the county is taking the money and giving us our share back. So the offset in our revenue is shown later advantage to Keystone on expenditure.
Yeah, and in fact, when you look at what the offsets is, we're about 10,000 above
Yeah,
what the settlement would be.
yeah, so we're ahead of the game there. Well, licenses, we'll start to see those items populated significantly more. Our expenditures continue to be below expected. I just love being able to say, our revenue is above expected, our expenditures are below expected. It's a nice thing to say. If anything pops out at anyone, please let me know. As we've discussed before, we pay our attorney a lot of money, but she's so worth it. So we'll just have a different type of budget line in the next year's budget coming at you. And I guess since it's finances, speaking of budget, I should inform you that the state auditor has finally admitted that no, we did not have to have our 2023 budget audited. We did not exist. They finally believed it. It was much more difficult to get that than I thought. We'll be seeing, like I said, Public Works. We'll be seeing these items filled in the coming months. Everything else is pretty much where we want it to be. We have in our budget 2 police vehicles and equipment that will not be drawn upon this year, so that's $260,000 to the positive in our budget. That money will be spent next year one way or another for police vehicles, so that's just going to kind of be a push. And are there any questions about any of our finances?
Any questions?
I do.
Come on, Councilmember Sullivan.
If I wanted to just kind of do an audit of something, for example, I wanted to just look at accounts receivables and look at the top 100 on a particular month. Is that something that our accounting firm can pull up and do, or is that something we can do?
Yeah, that's not something we can do. That's something our accounting firm can do. Depending on how the ballot questions go in November, particularly the lodging tax, I'll be talking to you later in the month about bringing finances in-house entirely, in which case it would be easy for me to pull up those numbers, but that's still several months away.
Okay. Thanks, just one.
We'll need, if the lodging tax passes, we're responsible for collecting the lodging tax.
Right.
So we'll need someone.
Any other questions on the financials? The next item is the consent agenda. Is there anyone who would like to remove something from the consent agenda? Councilmember Davis.
I would like to remove the Class 2 review of a conditional use permit for a short-term rental STR located at 31 River Overlook Court.
And you would like to call that?
The motion to remove it from the consent agenda, and then it needs to be placed on the regular agenda.
Then we can. All right.
Yes. So it needs a second.
It needs a second, Councilmember.
I second.
Is there any discussion? And I warn us all to not talk about the pros and cons of that particular conditional use permit, but any general reason, any general discussion on the subject. None? Then I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of removing TOK 24-11 Class 2 review for conditional use permit for a short-term rental located at 31 River Overlook Court from the consent agenda. All, is there any discussion? No? Yes, moved and seconded, yes. Yeah. Is there any discussion? And hearing none, then I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of removing it, please raise your hands. All those opposed? The vote passes by a vote of 5-2. So it is removed from the consent agenda, and we will put it onto the regular agenda. And I need to finish off with the consent agenda. With that item removed, does anyone can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, I move to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
All right.
I second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? That's passed with a vote 7-0. Can I, point of information from the attorney, can I now bring that, put that item into the regular meeting?
Because it's a resolution, why don't we have it under new business under resolutions?
All right.
So,
So do
7C.
the liquor licensing authority first.
Yes.
Got it. All right. All right. The next item is the Liquor License Authority meeting. And at this point, I will open the Town of Keystone Liquor License Authority meeting. Will the town clerk please read into the record the title of the hearing for the Liquor License Authority?
Yes, it is the new liquor license application for a tavern license for Ski to Tea LLC, doing business as Ski to Tea, located at 100 Durkham Square, Unit E3, by John Keith, the applicant and owner/operator.
I declare the public hearing open. And for this public hearing, we'll hear evidence from the town staff regarding the new tavern liquor license application. Under state law, the criteria we will be used for consideration are: 1, was the notice of hearing properly posted? 2, within the 2 years before the date of this application, that no application has been denied at the same location within 500 feet of the application. That the premises for the retail liquor license establishment is permissible under the zoning classification. The proposed business is not located within 500 feet of a school as measured by the most direct route of pedestrian access. 5, the applicant has lawful possession of the premises. 6, there does not exist an unlawful multiple ownership of licenses or interest by the applicant. 7, applicant is of good moral character. 8, premises are suitable based on a review of plans. 9, there is a need and desire for an additional outlet as measured by reasonable requirements of the neighborhood and the number, type, and availability of existing outlets. And 10, existing liquor licenses of the same class are inadequate to serve the thirst need of the neighborhood. We will open the hearing with a report by the staff regarding the application, and the applicant will present evidence supporting the application, and the public with an interest in the application will present any evidence to support the approval or denial of the application. With that, will the clerk now present the staff's findings and evidence regarding the proposed liquor license?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Town Council. This application is for a tavern liquor license, and I've provided copies of the pertinent application materials to all members of the authority, which were included in the agenda packet. This application was complete and contained all required documents and information. The application has also been submitted to the state for approval under their concurrent review process and is pending the liquor authority's evaluation this evening. The required background checks have been completed and no issues arose on those checks. No other town departments stated any concerns with issuing the license.
A summary report and the petitions are in your packet and was found to show the application meets the needs and desires of the neighborhood. Public notice of this hearing has been posted at the location as well as published in the newspaper in accordance with state law, and the record of this hearing contains proof of such public notice.
Mayor,
Yes.
point of information, I think Councilmember Hagnon wants to say something.
Yes, I would like to recuse myself from this portion of the quasi-judicial hearing due to my recent ascension to the town council and the inability to fully review the material appropriately.
Question, should this be a recusal or an abstention? Because if it's a recusal, he should.
He's going to.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Right here.
All right.
Eat some more cake.
Yes.
You don't want to have to take yours down.
I mean,
All right, then, in that case, we will proceed. Does the authority have any questions for staff regarding the license application? Could staff please provide more detail on how the license meets each of the criteria?
Yes, one moment. All right, so just going back over the results of the investigation. So first, in accordance with the Colorado Revised Statutes 44-3-312 and 44-3-313, the Keystone and the Keystone Town Liquor Code, town staff have conducted an investigation of the statutory criteria for the issuance of a new liquor license of the class proposed by the application. So the findings of this investigation are as follows. First, neither this location nor any location is within 250 feet from any public or parochial school or the principal campus of any college, university, or seminary in conformance with statute. Second, the applicant is entitled to possession of the premises by virtue of a lease. This lease was included in the council packet for your reference. And it's in the applying entity's name and has been supplied as part of the application. Third, it's been verified by the Town Community Development Department that the zoning of the proposed premises permits the sale of alcoholic beverages and the unit is free of building violations. Four, neither this location nor any location within 500 feet have been denied and an application for the same class of license within the past 2 years, on the grounds that the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood and the desires of the adult inhabitants were satisfied by existing outlets. The town staff looked at the liquor licensed establishments in the town as of today's date. The total number of liquor licenses that are issued by the town of Keystone at this time are 26. 24 of these are on-premise consumption licenses. 2 of these are off-premise consumption licenses. 15 of these are hotel and restaurant licenses, 4 of these are tavern licenses, 0 of these are beer and wine licenses, 0 are fermented malt beverage and wine licenses, 1 is a brew pub license, 0 are distillery pub licenses, and 2 are optional premise licenses. And this just speaks to the existing outlets that are in the town of Keystone, which would consist of the neighborhood that this establishment is going to be in. 6, a petition concerning the proposed premises was submitted with 28 signatures of people in support of the license who assert that they are either an adult resident in Summit County or the adult owner or manager of a business within the town, and this speaks to the same criteria. All state and local application and license fees have been submitted, and the statewide and nationwide criminal background check of the applicant and manager finds that the applicant is to be of good moral character.
All right, does anyone have any questions of staff on any of the criteria? No questions?
I have a question on the criteria,
Yeah.
just about the location.
Go ahead, that's part of the criteria.
Specifically, E3. So it's in Buffalo Square, right? Which one's E3?
It's where Aries Gatto used to be.
Oh, where what?
Aries Gatto,
Oh,
across from the creek shop.
yeah.
Correct?
It's actually in between North Face and Lime.
Oh, it
It's
is.
where Lole was. And it was called E3 in the lease, so that's why it was referenced as E3 in the application.
Gotcha.
But if you look at the building, it just says 3 above it. It's a good question. I've been trying to figure it out. It says, sorry.
You have an
Oh,
opportunity.
These are questions of staff.
Staff.
Sorry.
And if staff didn't know, then we could refer it later. Any other questions for staff? In that case, we'll now, and as you know, we've established a preliminary neighborhood for the purpose of this license as the entire boundaries of the town of Keystone, which is why the staff referred to 26 liquor licenses in the town, the total number of the town. Next we'll seek, we'll ask the applicant to speak to the request for the liquor license and present any evidence that may have supporting approval of the license.
Sorry, just can I do that from here? Or from the podium?
Please come to the podium.
Please state your name.
Yeah, please state your name.
Is this good for you? Okay, I'm John Keith, the owner of Ski Tea LLC, which is doing business as Ski Tea in the village of Keystone. This location is in Unit 3 of 100 Durham Square, and our application's reference is E3, which is actually reference to the lease agreement that was signed by us. This is primarily going to be a golf simulator business that operates two bays. Both are going to offer like a very realistic experience to golf indoors for people throughout the wintertime. And part of our business is that we are going to be serving alcohol there. I've included a menu in our application as well. It's all canned beverages. We don't actually have like a water supply inside of the unit. So everything that's going to be stored in our beverage cooler is going to be in a can, no glassware. There's no bottled beverages. There's no hard liquor on its own. So the menu references like Coors Lights and local craft beers and some mixed drinks that have like hard liquor in them. Hot Water is the name of the company that supplies those. But we won't have any people like mixing cocktails in there. So it's a pretty basic operation as far as the alcohol service. The only reason that the bar cooler refrigerator will be unlocked is if somebody who's ID'd requests alcohol service, requests a beverage. Anyone who's appears under the age of 50 will be ID'd. The key will only be with the manager's possession who's on staff. Brandon Koenig is the manager of our facility and has already completed his background check as well. And as far as access to that key, that will be locked at all times. Otherwise, when we're actually serving the customer, it goes right back in the locked position. At the end of our shifts, it will get locked on site in a secured storage locker, storage room that's in our plans as well in the back and safe. So that's pretty much. Does anyone have any questions about our super simple golf simulator operation?
Do you have any evidence to present regarding of the need for the establishment?
The needs of the
In
establishment.
other words, is there, what evidence do you have to support that there is a need and desire for an additional outlet as measured by reasonable requirements of the neighborhood?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess as a part of our application, we were requested to just go into the community and ask people who lived and worked in Keystone and Summit County, whether there was a demand and a necessity for this business, and was able to gather those 28 signatures quite easily in the village from the surrounding restaurants, businesses, people who are working, living in the village. So I think that those signatures reflect that demand and interest from the community to have this business be there.
Of those signatures, how many of them were from people in the affected neighborhood?
I would say that at least probably the 20 of them. There was around one of the most recent events in Keystone. In preparation for it, they were setting up all the tents. I went down into the village and just went to the surrounding, neighboring businesses and some of the patrons that were walking through, and asked them if they, would be willing to sign a document that attested to the necessity of that being there. And people did that, with a lot of interest, and they were very excited about the business. So
I just want to know, of the petition that was submitted as part of the staff package, 10 of the 28 were residents of Keystone.
10 of the 28?
Yes.
Well, a lot of the people who live and work in the village of Keystone who don't live, they work there, but they don't live there, so.
Councilmember Thisted.
May I ask a question about that, since this is our first?
Right.
He mentioned 28 signatures. Is that what he's compelled to gather? And is there any, no. So 28 signatures is arbitrary? Is that even required to get signatures?
I'll let the town attorney.
Well, there should be evidence that the neighborhood desires to have another tavern license establishment in the neighborhood. So
what qualifies as evidence according to your interpretation?
well, it needs to be somebody who's over 21 should be signing the petition, because minors aren't allowed to drink. And it should be somebody who's in the area who would partake in that establishment.
So like a random tourist who might visit regularly, or somebody?
Well, it's not that refined.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there needs to be some evidence to support it.
Councilmember Kerr.
This is our first time, so I don't know if this is an appropriate question. You'll slow me down if it's not. I assume you did market research before you got the bank to set you up. Excuse me. Can you share any insights from that?
Market research regarding.
Just a moment.
No, is that inappropriate?
It's fine. I mean,
All right.
yes.
It kind of goes to this bigger question.
As far market research, as far as the demographics of Keystone or the amount of tourism that's here,
Whatever you look at.
it wasn't a condition of me securing personal financing to do this, to start this business.
Okay.
I live here, I live in Summit County. I spend a good amount of time in Keystone. I work with the Sotheby's International Realty as a broker associate, so I spend a lot of time here. I know we have a big golf community. This is primarily functioning as a golf business. I'm aware that a lot of people, while they, do certain events, they also require alcohol service and food service. And so that to me is a sort of tertiary part of the business. The main focus of this business is golf.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
And the hearing is now open to the public to present evidence as to whether this application should be approved or disapproved. If you wish to speak, please line up behind the podium When it's your turn to speak, please state your name, where you live, and your interest in the approval or disapproval of the application. Please limit your comment to no more than 3 minutes. No one is here. Is anyone online? No one is online. Therefore, I'll now close the public hearing, and the authority will now deliberate. Specifically regarding criteria 1 through 6, which involved notice being properly posted, no application denied within 2 years, use of premises for a retail liquor license established is permissible under zoning classifications. The proposed business is not located within 500 feet of the school. The applicant has lawful possession of the premises. There does not exist an unlawful multiple ownership of licenses. The staff presented evidence that all of those criteria were met. And my question for the council or for the board is, does any member of the authority believe that this criteria has not been met? Hearing none. Regarding criteria number 7, that the applicant is of good moral character, the staff presented evidence that indicated that the applicant is of good moral character. There were no public comments or evidence presented to the contrary. Does any member of the authority believe that this criteria has not been met? The answer is no. Regarding criteria 8, that the premises are suitable, the applicants, the staff presented evidence that the premises are suitable. There were no evidence was presented or supported or indicated otherwise. Does any member of the authority believe that this criteria has not been met? Regarding criteria 9, that there is a need and desire for an additional outlet, that applicant, staff, that the staff presented evidence that there was a desire for an additional outlet. There was no negative evidence to the contrary that was presented. Does any member of the authority believe that this criteria has not been met? Regarding criteria 10, on whether existing liquor licenses of the same class are inadequate to serve the thirst needs of the neighborhood, the applicant presented, the staff presented evidence that the existing licenses are inadequate to meet the thirst needs of the community. No contrary evidence was presented. Does any member of the authority believe this criteria has not been met? Based on the evidence presented on whether this criteria has been met, whether the criteria have been met and the license should be, what are your thoughts on whether the evidence presented on whether the criteria have been met and the license should be approved or not approved? What are your thoughts? And can I have a motion for approval or non-approval?
There's a question.
Oh, Councilmember Parmet.
Motion for approval.
No.
And we're looking for a motion to, do I need a motion, point of information, do I need a motion to approve the specific resolution?
Well, if you could just say the number, that would be great.
Sure.
You want me to take it?
Yeah, you go ahead and take it.
Okay, I move to grant the application for a new tavern liquor license for Ski to Tea, doing business as Ski to Tea located at 100 Durham Square Unit, E3, based on the reasons stated in Resolution 2024-1 of the Liquor License Authority and to approve Resolution 2024-1.
Is there a second? Councilmember Parmet.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Can I have the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Kerr.
Approve.
Councilmember Parmet.
Approve.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Approve.
Councilmember Thisted.
Approve.
Councilmember Davis.
Approve.
Mayor Riley.
Approve.
There are 6 votes to approve.
Then at that point, I declare the Liquor Licensing Authority Board meeting is closed.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is resolutions. And the question is whether we are going to call up TOK resolution 2024, excuse me, TOK 24-11 Class 2 conditional use permit for review by the council. Again, I encourage us not to talk about the specific merits or not merits of the proposal, because I believe it will be a quasi-judicial hearing.
I'm scared to talk.
Well, why would you like to have it reviewed in a judicial environment?
I think given the fact that there was some neighborhood opposition, it's in the council's best interest to consider our constituents' position and review it appropriately and give it the time it deserves.
All right. So are there any other comments? And may I have a motion whether to call this forward? Can I have a motion to call this forward?
Motion, call it forward.
It's been moved to call this forward. Is that all you need, Mr. Town Manager?
I believe so, yes,
All
do
right.
we need to set a date? Steph?
Doesn't it, we have to set a date for the land use code.
Yeah, we will follow the procedures in the land use and development code. I've already looked at potential dates. We would not be able to meet noticing requirements. I do not believe for the first meeting in October, it would have to be the second. But we'll certainly initiate that procedure.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to call this.
Has it been seconded?
Has it been seconded? Councilmember Davis.
Second.
Now it's been moved and seconded to call the item forward. Is there any further discussion?
Question.
Councilmember Sullivan.
So do you approve this or not? I mean, we kind of decided to take it off the consent agenda.
Yeah.
So what does this actually do if somebody says yes or no?
It means that you are essentially appealing the community development director's decision. A hearing will be set. It will be a quasi-judicial hearing. It's a what's called de novo review. So you all consider it, you don't give deference to the community development director's decision. You look at what he says. You can give the typical direction to staff, but you can consider new evidence at this hearing.
So my question, that's if we say yes.
Yes.
If we say no, what?
Then the community development director's decision stands and there is no appeal.
And the criteria that we would follow if we had a quasi-judicial hearing, are there criteria that was outlined in the staff sheet?
Yes. There are 6 criteria that I reviewed, that I would bring forward to council.
All right. So, moved and seconded. Any further questions or discussion? Councilmember Hagenow.
Just a further clarifying question, you did mention additional evidence could be presented, so if there was additional either staff reports that might have changed or additional community comments that would be presented during the quasi-judicial.
Yeah, this liquor license authority process, it'll be very similar to that. So you'll have a staff report that the community development director will put in the packet with all of the information that he reviewed and that he received. And then the applicant will have an opportunity to come and speak to you and give a presentation as to why they believe they meet all of the criteria. And then you can have public comments. So people from the public can come and speak as well.
And so, am I correct that then the objection that we heard that was in the packet from the homeowners association, they could come and present why they believe the criteria is not met?
Correct.
All right.
And that's again if we're voting yes.
If you're voting yes. If you vote no, we don't have a hearing and things go forward with the community development director. Councilmember Pfister.
And just to confirm, this whole quasi-judicial situation, we're not allowed to speak to each other or anyone else? Are we allowed to ask the attorney questions leading up to the hearing?
Yes. And at the end of the day, you may reach the same decision that your community development director reached.
Yeah, I know. As I was considering the call-up, I was struck with, like Councilmember Pfister, that we had the HOA that this property was located in sent in an objection. And as a result of that, I thought that potentially was worthy of us of holding the quasi-judicial hearing to determine whether to uphold the decision of the community planning director, community director, or to and to hear all of the concerns of the community and the evidence in accordance with the criteria. So, is there any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All of those in favor of the motion to call up TOK 24-11, please raise your hand. We have 4 in favor. All those opposed?
It was 5 in favor.
Was it 5 in favor?
Yeah.
All right, 5 in favor. And all those opposed? All right, so the, I guess we'll have a call-up. And the next item on the agenda is, line through, is report of the town manager and the staff.
Okay, I'll keep this kind of quick. Interesting conversation with the DOLA people and Prop 123. They've come up with a formula for us to set our baseline. We have to opt in, if we're going to opt in, by November 1st.
What is Prop 123?
It's a proposition that was passed by the voters of Colorado that provides just a lot of money for affordable housing, land banking, planning uses. We're planning on applying for a grant for planning purposes and a grant to purchase property. The numbers, you have to commit to build a certain number of affordable housing over a 3-year period. Our commitment will come in at 11 units over a 3-year period. So.
Sorry, I don't know. Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yes, sir.
Details during that? Is affordable housing defined by the Summit County Housing Authority, or how is that going to
No,
be
it's
defined?
defined by the state in this case.
Okay.
Prop 123.
Thanks.
How do you, question for you, did they come up with a number of 11?
We, 11, we agreed to 11.7% of the requirement they had for Summit County as a whole. And I didn't argue very much. I didn't argue those numbers.
Well, I guess my question is, for some, when you're talking about Summit County as a whole, there's 30,000 residents in
No,
Summit County.
the Summit County excluding the municipalities. Unincorporated Summit County. And most of the housing, affordable housing in Summit County is within municipalities. So you have to increase your amount of affordable housing by a certain percentage. So a town like Breckenridge has a significantly higher number than actually Summit County had as a Prop 123 requirement because they already have so much affordable housing.
But in Keystone, we have a tremendous amount of affordable.
A lot of it is excluded because of the way it's operated and ran. All the resort housing is excluded. Mayor, I recommend we be happy with 11, with 3 units a year, or 4 units a year. And we'll bring this up as a full item at a later meeting.
I guess again, the thought process, is there any chance that we could actually bring 3 units a year on?
Oh, absolutely, it's over a 3-year period.
Over a 3-year period.
So it's 11.
Permits too?
Yeah, once it's permitted, it's good, and the implications for not meeting your goal are pretty minimal. They make you reset it.
Well, let me ask a question. If something is not currently occupied, it's not received a certificate of occupancy, when that receives its certificate of occupancy, would that be one of our units that would meet the requirement?
I do not know that. I will know that when I bring this issue up to the board. So. Yes.
Thank you. I remember that there was a certain amount of angst with some of the local municipalities when Proposition 123 first came on. How many of them have gone into it?
We're actually, Frisco just got the first AMI waiver. It's technically not a waiver. I can't remember how they defined. They won their appeal on the application of the statewide AMI standard, the AMI standard that was set in the ballot to allow a higher AMI for the affordable housing units. So Frisco's getting money. I don't know if anyone else has gotten Prop 123 money yet in Summit County. I don't believe they have.
But I think you have to sign up ahead of time. Do you know what the other municipalities decided?
Everyone opted in.
That's what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, we've finally, I believe, identified all of the roads that we're going to be responsible for plowing. Some organizations are going to come to us in the future asking us for reimbursement of some of those plowing issues, but that's not the pressing concern of making sure all our roads are plowed. So we've been soliciting bids over the last couple of weeks, and we'll be bringing them to you shortly, getting our obligations. These are the roads that the county used to plow for all intents and purposes.
Could you please bring to us at the next council meeting the list of all the roads that you're proposing that the town pick up plowing and maintenance responsibility for?
Well, maintenance responsibility, I do believe that the roads we're plowing are the roads the county was responsible for plowing. And a lot of those were subcontracting out to Keystone Resort.
Right.
Some of them, the county actually used to do themselves. Certain other roads, we really need the organizations, if they want us to take those on, to come request from the town.
I would request that the staff reach out to the organizations and see if they're willing to allow the town to pick up maintenance of those.
Staff has a meeting with one of the bigger organizations out there.
I'd like the staff to be proactive, not wait for the town, for those organizations to figure out what we talked about during the incorporation process, they have to make the first move.
Yep, and that's why I'm meeting with certain people.
And I would still like to see, from staff's perspective, which roads do you believe that the town should be picking up, making sure we're consistent across the community?
Absolutely, absolutely. We're working on the IGA for building permit services with the county for next year. It should be pretty non-controversial when I bring it to the board for approval. And we discussed this. We want to give Community Development Department, we have not received any complaints so far about the building department. We haven't really been operating under them long enough to know. We figure give them another year, and early autumn next year we'll readdress our relationship there and see if we need to go to an outside consultant. We still have lots of building permits coming into the office. We're really happy to have Andrew on board. SDR licensing is going great. Over 900 have been registered, and our clerk is working on bulk registrations. Next Tuesday, our hotline and our hotline online complaint link will go live and will be posted on our website at that point. We don't have them posted yet because it would just create confusion. So we have
Councilmember Davis.
Comment and question. In doing the mini HOA presentations, the big concern is enforcement. Just making that comment. The second thing, I got a call yesterday actually from a rental management company, basically is in Breckenridge, but has a few Keystone rentals. Do we have to have a Keystone license? And the answer I gave was yes, but there may be still, I know, the last HOA I talked about how much good information is on our website. Kudos. But I think there's still some people out there that we're probably going to be beating bushes for over the next few months.
So to that end, our SDR renewals technically close September 30th. If you haven't renewed by September 30th, you have to reapply for a new license, which is not that big a burden compared to renewing. However, the burden comes in publishing your license number on all your websites and rental issues like that. We anticipate that we might have to give a slight administrative leave to all the people who start calling us on the 30th going, I didn't know that I had to do it with the town of Keystone. So the town clerk and I'll make the decision on extending that deadline for renewals a little bit longer if we're seeing that it's a problem is happening.
Are you planning on after the 30th of September, looking at the licenses that existed last year, licenses that are renewed, and then potentially going after those folks and reminding them?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Councilmember Kirk.
I just want to comment on your point about all the information that's on our website. I thought you were going to say that Maddie deserved a day off for handling this, but in lieu of that, we can discuss that. She has been sponsoring 6, I believe, educational sessions in September. I'm very impressed with the ambition of that and your willingness to really set aside all that time just to help people understand the system. Have you found that useful to them and or you?
Yes, and I have to say Gabby has been at all of those sessions with me, helping, doing a wonderful job, leading some of those sessions as well. We get a lot of phone calls every day of people asking us to walk them through the process. I think the process is a lot simpler than Summit County, but technology will always provide a challenge for some people. And being able to get those people in one group setting and go through it one time, and then maybe 4 more times, but in one phone call instead of 10 different phone calls, that saves us a lot of time.
Brilliant. And Councilmember Kerr, the town manager's already considered. No. Some makeup time, as we call it.
Breathing time.
She deserves it. We have our bridge inspection. Banish is coming up to inspect our bridge, and then will be giving us an estimate on when they can finish a complete road inspection that we've been talking about in the next, I think they're coming up next week or 2 weeks from now. I'm not exactly sure of the date.
You mentioned that the state, in the prior meeting, the state was going to be providing a look at all of our bridges.
Yes, they are. Banish is providing construction repair drawings for the East Keystone Bridge.
And that is funded by the state?
No, that is, we need to repair the East Keystone.
But you mentioned that the state inspector was going to come up and inspect all of our bridges.
Inspect all the bridges.
Yes.
We already know that's going to fail.
I understand, but what about the other bridges?
Oh, they are coming up sometime in the very near future, and the guardrail on East Keystone Bridge, the county has told us again, 2 to 3 weeks, this is second or third time they've said it, but we're keeping on the county's radar, and I think it actually might get done. So, upcoming, we have transit board meeting, managers meeting, mayor's, managers, and council, multi-agency coordination group, that's an emergency response group. Lots of training among staff, particularly among our town clerk. Way to go, Maddie. I'll be meeting with Dylan and the sheriff's department. Beth and Ken Marchetti are coming up. Before our next meeting, we have Quicksilver and Slopeside HOA meetings this Saturday. Councilmember Davis is going to be doing Quicksilver, and I'll be doing Slopeside.
You also have Soda Spring.
Soda Spring, and the mayor is doing Soda Spring. That is correct. This will happen after our next meeting, but the emergency evacuation assessment kickoff happens October 10th. So that plan is finally hitting the ground running. Coffee with the council on October 7th, correct?
Yeah.
Or that Monday is.
Yep.
Yeah.
So October 7th. And that's all I've got right now. Yes?
Councilmember Thister.
I hope I'm not beating a dead horse because it's clear you guys have a lot on your plate, but I'm wondering about whether or not it's possible to get the road projects posted on the website. If maybe there and I've missed it, but I keep looking. And more specifically, where roadwork's happening, what's happening, and the timing of it. And I would suggest clear down to Summit Cove with that project because it's such a disruption to anyone coming through Keystone.
And
Maybe so we can train people.
Yeah, we've reached out to Excel, and their answer is a typical Excel answer, weather dependent. We expect it to be done last month.
But maybe just having like a box on the
Yeah.
website that says road updates and projects.
Yep, I agree, and I'm sorry
No, I know you guys are
Space,
busy. I apologize for being a gnat about it.
No, it's a very good idea, and I just kind of spaced it.
Is that it?
That's it, yes.
All right. Councilmember Councilmember Parmet, I saw a finger up.
Somewhere.
Any updates on Dark Sky, the mentor they were going to provide, or we were going to seek from them?
We have assigned Andrew to that, and I will double check with him to make sure he's reached out to the mentor. We're working on that. Some things did take priority, but it is a big priority with us. So keep reminding us.
Councilmember Kerr.
2 weeks ago, I brought up the fact that we've been in coordination with the Summit County Chamber of Commerce to see if they could put together a meet and greet that would suit their purposes as well as our purposes with a short-term look at business. What we just passed, a business, what's the name? Whatever we call it. I know that they've been going back and forth with you, and I thought we had narrowed it down to a couple dates in November. Do we have an answer back from them yet?
They have not answered. I proposed, I think it was November 8th or 7th.
Yeah.
But not election day, the day or two after election day.
Yeah, okay.
And still waiting to hear.
If you don't mind, I'll follow up with them to
Absolutely.
encourage that. And are you going to talk on the committee? Can I just ask, what do you recommend we do to replace Councilmember Hagenow, who is no longer on the Planning and Zoning Commission?
And I'll ask our community development director. I assume we have a procedure already for filling the veterans.
I didn't know this was going to occur until 2.5 hours ago. No, I did anticipate this scenario, and we'll re-advertise. And the good news, Norman, is we're still fully functional because we had 2 alternates. But with that being said, we'll advertise again. But frankly, we had a good pool before, and I still have that those contact information people.
Clarifying question on that, will the alternates still be allowed to, I don't know if run is the appropriate term, but run for a full seat in addition to maintaining their alternate seat status? Sorry to ask the granular questions.
Yeah, the town manager is shaking his head yes, so I'm going to go yes. No, that makes sense. Yes. The way it typically can work is tenure. Now, they all came on at one time, but there was a vote count. I believe it would be likely that the alternate would become a regular member. So, but I'll look at that issue.
You can report back at the next meeting.
Absolutely.
All right. Any other questions for the town manager and staff? Next item then is the report of the mayor and the council. Does any council members like to issue a report? In that case, is there a hand going up?
Sure. You said mayor and council, right?
Yeah, mayor and council?
Yeah.
You're a council member.
Covered a lot of territory tonight. So I was pleased to represent the town last week when the transit board, Summit County Transit Board, that I've been going to, John, with the manager, did a grand opening for new workforce housing over in Silverthorne, right on the edge. And that will support drivers for the Summit Stage, which is a great investment. Gave me an opportunity to thank them, thank the transit board and the Summit County Transit Rep for the work on Razor Drive, which I think we're all excited about. I was not the only one. I went to CIRSA, lecture about insurance, learned more than I wanted to know, along with several of my colleagues. And then several of us went to the Colorado Municipal League briefing last week, which I think you're going to talk to. So I'll just say it's very useful when we get into the room with other municipalities that have similar issues. Ironically, there were several municipalities at our district meeting who are not actually members of this district. For instance, the Leadville mayor and a council member came because we help each other. I thought that was notable. And Mayor Riley represented us very well.
Are there any other reports anyone would like to give? Or council member?
Current on the post office, always a fun topic. Working with the U.S. Postmaster, has agreed basically to help support expanded delivery services for the town. That will require a collaborative effort between HOAs and the town and potentially things like KNC to look at locations as well as funding for those. He also gave a very promising look at zip codes, potential for a zip code. The application has gone in. He feels like it's met all the requirements. Hasn't been approved. It requires congressional approval. We would be lumped in with Montezuma, which is interesting. So that's kind of the update.
Councilmember Thiston?
I might have just lost my question. That's me.
Councilmember Kerr?
So that is great news. You just said the application is in. The decision belongs to our federal, our U.S. Congressman. Is this meeting?
Not particularly, it goes to Congress. I don't know if it goes to our congressman.
Well, okay.
It goes to Congress.
So the question is,
some
is it appropriate for us to start looking at who is on that subcommittee? We can write letters, we can reach out, we can ask our representatives to represent us.
I did ask our USPS postmaster, and he felt that that wasn't necessary. But it is not a bad, in my opinion, a bad idea to just kind of double up on that.
Yeah, let's
I would
represent
ask
us.
you that when that zip code issue goes to Congress, I suspect it's going to go included in probably the postal bill or something for consideration. Let me know, and I will contact Congressman DeGoose, who can, and his regional rep, who can then support that for us. I think that's probably the proper way for us to get good support. And the congressman and his staff has been very good about supporting the local towns and communities within his district.
And particularly on the post office issue.
Oh, we're asking for the post office issue in this case, because that's an issue that
He's already shown his support.
Sorry, my brain fog is clear. That was actually my question, but I have an additional question as well. You mentioned that we need a collaborative effort to look at locations and funding to be able to move forward with the post office boxes, specifically the cluster boxes. And I'm wondering if you're going to coordinate that and if we're going to get next steps, because I have independently been working with the postmaster and not making much progress in having an assessment for location and next steps.
Yeah, I was talking with our staff today about who takes responsibility for placements, because it could be, it depends on who owns the property and the land. And the USPS worries about being able to have a pull off, and our town has specific rules and regulations about if it's, on or impeding the streets. And then there's other things like KNC with the design review boards would also want to put their 2 cents in on location and design.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunately it's not a one answer fits all. So like what we're going to we're in the process of developing I'll say a 2-page document that would be shared with all HOAs that would describe if you own this property, you have the right of way, it's inside your circle, then you have to go through these steps. If it's going to be next to a road, these are the rules and regs that people need to get involved with. As far as who's going to manage that process, we don't have anybody.
Because not everybody's in KMC.
No, but even those that are not in KMC.
We'll have certain.
Well, the HOA
yeah.
rules and regs. So.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the intent is not to have the town involved in the process per se, but to have the town publish support documents for individual HOAs to make the decisions and the process on their own.
Yeah, the HOAs would be the initial people to decide whether they want to participate or have a, potentially a cluster box. The town will be involved when it has to be for approval purposes. There may be some circumstances when the town doesn't need to be involved because it's all within the HOA and their property and with the USPS.
So just to follow up on that just a bit, so if the improvement is on town property in the right of way, then the town will have to have more of a role. If the improvement is located on private property, I envision the town helping, but we certainly wouldn't be a lead. For example, easements would need to be granted and things like that. So there could be a lot to it, but we're just now starting to reach out.
How do we remove the barriers to a lot to it?
Code amendment?
Is there timing for the zip code? I didn't hear you say that, and I know it's probably going to be approximate, but do we have an approximate?
No.
We're dealing with the Postal Service.
And the federal government.
And coming up to official action, for sure.
Any other questions? Anything else, Councilman Sullivan? Anyone else have comments? In that case, I had an opportunity to attend the, along with Councilmember Kerr and Councilmember Sullivan, the CML district meeting held over in Breckenridge. Interesting meeting, got an update of actions going on in CML. I think a lot of the same information is in the newsletters that all of us have received from Colorado Municipal League. But again, the true value is being able to sit down and talk to other council members in other towns as they face similar issues. We had the opportunity to sit at the table with Dylan's newest council member who just came on the week prior, or a couple weeks prior. Interesting discussion, got his perspectives of law enforcement as well and relationship with the towns. So these are important. I encourage council members to consider attending these in the future if they're available. I also had the opportunity to attend the Soda Spring 2 HOA meeting last Saturday. Again, the big issue that was of concern was STR enforcement, and they want stricter enforcement. So, and everything else, they're happy. So that's all I have. Anyone else have anything? With that, the next, we have other matters. And does anyone have anything to bring up under other matters? Seeing none, we're now ready to enter our executive session. I'll ask for a motion.
Motion. A motion to go into executive session. I move to go into the executive session pursuant to CRS section 246402, 4B, and 4PI to receive legal advice concerning a negotiation of a contract for law enforcement services, as well as to determine positions relative to the negotiation of the contract for law enforcement services, develop strategies for such negotiations, and instruct negotiators accordingly.
Is there a second? Councilmember Davis.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Barnett.
Here.
It's a motion.
Oh, yes.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Agreed.
Councilmember Thisted.
Approved.
Councilmember Davis.
Approved.
Councilmember Hagnall.
Approved.
Councilmember Kerr.
Approved.
Mayor Riley.
Approved.
There are 7 votes to approve.
And all we needed was 2/3. All right. Shall we adjourn to the library?
I
Can we just do it here?
Can we do it here?
Yes, but do you want to make an announcement that no further business is going to be conducted?
Yeah, there will be no further business conducted after the executive session. We'll immediately adjourn the meeting as the executive session starts. Thank you for
So just
attending.
turn on.